Are you a breeder looking to showcase your show pigs? With a Walton Webcasting Show Pig Shoot, we are your go-to video service for capturing the full picture of your show pigs. We specialize in providing top-quality video services for breeders like you. Our skilled video team comes directly to your operation. You talk to pigs, we capture the video. Whether it's baby pigs, boars, gilts, or sows, we ensure that their unique features will shine through. With the power of our website and social media, your professionally recorded videos are streamed live, allowing potential customers from all over the country to view and appreciate the quality of your show pigs. We handle the technicalities so you can focus on what you do best, raising exceptional livestock. To schedule your next show pig shoot, call Rhonda at 765-431-7367. Welcome to the ultimate show on the track. Today we celebrate our premier partners, the driving force behind the livestock industry across the nation. Get ready to witness the power of partnership as our premier partners take to the asphalt.
It's time for Cattleman's Congress. This is a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.
At the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress, a show put on by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together, we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are so excited to have each and every one of you here with us today. In Arena 1, we'll get started with your Junior Full-Blood Simmental show, your first class in. These are full-blood Simmentals born May of 2025. Over in the key ring, which will be Arena 2, we're going to welcome in Class 1 here in your Junior Chianina Heifer show. Class 1 is Chianina Heifers born June of 2025. Welcoming to Arena 1, Mr. Matt Clays of Fowler, Indiana. And welcoming back from yesterday, our Junior show judge, Mr. Corey Thompson of Wayne, Nebraska.
morning. What a beautiful morning here in Oklahoma City, the modern frontier, and starting off with the Fleckvieh cattle. Really a nice pair of a May and a June heifer within this lineup. A little bit of difference in terms of their genetic profile. The heifer that I have on the top end of this class, probably a little more progressive in terms of the maternal function and calving ease, along with her API. You like her in terms of her maternal rib shape that she has, one that's maybe just a notch more relaxed about her shoulder, a little more reach up front, a little trimmer down through her chest and her brisket as well. Now, the added foot size and the added bone is actually the one that comes in the heifer in second. You sure like that added feature that she has. Plenty of muscular shape, a little more in terms of ribeye area as well. A heifer that's really long-bodied and got some growth to her. One that you maybe gets just a little bit rounder about her shoulder.
Well, congratulations in ring one. Result to your first class here in our Full-Blood Simmental show. First place goes to back number 9,000, exhibited by Abby Jones of Anna, Texas. That's GJC Miss Cheney N047. Second place in that class go to back number 9,001, Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. TCBO Calypso. We're now going to welcome in class 2. These are Full-Blood Simmental heifers, born March of 2025.
Another nice pair over here in the Fleck V ring, and a little bit of difference within the cattle, not only from their genetic profile, but with the heifer that I've gotten second, probably the one that's more desirable from a calving ease and a maternal calving ease standpoint. And actually, it's really pretty hard to have calving ease where it is and still have maternal calving ease from the percentile rank. So I think you're a little bit of a curve bender there. But I think as we study the cattle and we watch them go, the heifer that's just a little bit higher performance and still yet acceptable on the maternal side of thing. She's more correctly assembled in the ways she's put together up through her front 1/3, a little more relaxed about her shoulder, more flex to knee, more reach up front. The heifer in second is the one that's maybe a little more desirable in the calving ease columns. However, heifer that also, along with that, gets maybe just a notch frailer in terms of her foot and her skeletal structure.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Simmental ring, results out of Class 2 Full-Blood Simmental March Heifer Calves. First place exhibited by 9003 Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas, with GJC Miss Page 678N. Second place in that class, and congratulations goes to Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia. We'll now welcome in Class 3 Full-Blood Simmental heifers born January of 2025 before the division.
arena. Boy, we've got 3 January heifers out here that really interesting in what they bring, not only on paper but on the tan bark. I think as you get out here, the heifer that we have at the top end of the class, this is one that's really maternal, and across those columns, the heifer that has added performance and really is the one that reads the most right in terms of her skeletal angles. When we view her from the side, we set her into motion, got a big old foot, utilizes her hind leg probably a little more acceptable than the other 2 heifers within this class. Now the heifers in second and third, I think it depends on where you're going to prioritize, because I'd be the first to admit that the heifer that we have in second maybe gets a little rounder about her shoulder, a little coarser about her tail head. On paper, she's decidedly better in terms of her API. She's bolder in her rib, and she certainly has grown and outperformed the heifer in third. Interestingly enough, the heifer that has the advantage in terms of her growth columns is the one standing in third, and when we get them out here on the sawdust, she's probably the one that's just a little bit lower in terms of her performance. First division of your Fleck V show, boy, we've really had cattle that have been outstanding on paper as well as visual appraisal. We've got the different class winners and seconds out here. We'll talk about them just a little bit, because all the cattle out here within that won their class are certainly in the first tier of columns when we look at API and across several of the columns on their profile. This heifer that wins the first class gives you a really nice maternal soft look. A June heifer, one that you appreciate. Her moderate build and soft maternal shape in terms of her rib. A heifer that doesn't have as much age, because quite a bit younger than the other 2 within this drive. Female that I think into motion is certainly acceptable in her ability to get out and go and cover her track. Now the heifer here from the second class is one that is tremendously long-bodied. From the point of her shoulder back to her pin, you sure like that, and the hind leg that she drops down when standing is really good. Maybe gets a little bit deeper up through her front end, maybe runs downhill just a touch when you view her from the side, but a heifer that I think has got a great deal of potential to her. Big-footed, nice substance of bone. Still pretty clean and flat about her joints. The heifer here from the third class is a big, high-performing heifer that and still maternal on paper, little heavier naveled female, one that's tremendously long about her hip. Heifer that's maybe not quite as desirable in terms of her set to her hind leg when you view her from the profile, but once we set her into motion, certainly starts to pull together. An outstanding first division here. If you would please put your hands together. The heifer that I like is a young heifer coming out of the first class.
Well, congratulations, your champion heifer calf over here in the Junior Full-Blood Simmental show, coming out of Class 1, exhibited by Abby Jones, Anna, Texas. That's GJC Miss Cheney N047. Of Dawsonville, Georgia, that's TCBO Maggie May. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll get the ring cleared, get started with your next division here in our Full-Blood Simmental show. We're going to welcome in Class 4 Full-Blood Simmental heifers born November of 2024.
Over in the Simmental arena, boy, we've got a nice group of 5 heifers here, and the heifer at the top end of the class is the one not only on paper but phenotypically is the one that certainly draws your attention. Here's a heifer that reads the most right in her skeletal angles, and it starts down at the surface, big old foot, and she's laid back in her knee, a heifer that's straight and strong down her top. Big old rib cage in her, gives you a nice balance look, and you set her into motion. She's the one that's the most comfortable in the way that she goes out here when we're walking them around the ring. The next heifer in the lineup, and actually it may get a little closer between second and third, I think, when you look at them on paper, but the heifer that's maybe just a little more moderate, has a little more fleshing ability to her, and probably balances up just a bit neater. She's a little more angular in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3, a heifer that's really long back through her hip, and probably just a bit more correct in terms of her muscle pattern for me. The heifer here in third is a big growthy heifer, and I like that added performance. She does have some muscle shape to her, and along with that muscle shape maybe gets a little bit rounder, maybe a little bit steeper out of her hip, but a heifer that you sure have to appreciate for her apparent growth. The next heifer in the lineup is one that is really long-bodied, and I appreciate that skeletal extension that she has from the point of her shoulder back to her pin. However, she maybe gets just a little bit shorter in the way that she's assembled up front and how she comes out of her neck shoulder junction, maybe a little bit shorter about her hip as well. That rounds off the class is one that's really green in terms of her body condition score. I really like the way that she sets her neck onto her properly assembled shoulder. She neatly laid in about the point of that shoulder. She just maybe needs to have a little more power and mass to her to go up any higher today.
Congratulations. Back over in the key ring. Results out of Class 3. First place go to back number heifers born March. Results out of Class 4 in your full-blood show. First place will go to back number 9008. That's Ashlyn Old of Williamsburg, Kansas, with Red Oak Meredith. Second place in that class was exhibited by Landon Old with Willow Oaks Marley M8. Third place will go to Ryan Garrison with FLC Mystic M85. Fourth place, exhibited by Sean Hertline. Fifth place in that class went to Kaylin Williamson. Now in Arena 1, this is Class 5 full-blood Simmental heifers born September to October of 2024.
over in the Simmental arena, boy, we've got 3 nice heifers out here, and the heifer at the top end of the class. Just take a look at your paper, and from a carcass standpoint, boy, this is a female that is certainly one that can move the breed both in the marbling and the ribeye area columns. But just don't focus on that carcass side, because, boy, from a production side, she also is in the top tier, if you will, of a number of columns. Then you look at her here, and this is one that female from her elbow back you certainly appreciate. You like her in terms of her rib shape. She's really long and stout and powerfully constructed about her hip and her pin set. Female, when we get them on the go, is as comfortable as any out here. Maybe has just a bit more chest to her, maybe a little more crest to her neck, but that's a female that I think can certainly do some things as you're looking at paper, as well as one that looks like she can perform out in the field. The next heifer in the lineup, and I think that it does get a little bit closer here, but the one that's probably a little more acceptable in terms of her build and her softness to her flank is the one that the young lady has. This young lady is having fun out here, and I would say you're probably ambidextrous, because you're scratching that heifer with both hands. When you switch them around, historically or typically, we grab that halter when we're on the profile with the left hand. We'll use the right hand to go ahead and utilize the show stick. But this is a heifer to me that's just more powerfully constructed down through her rib cage and right through her foreribs. She's a little squarer there. She's a notch stouter about her pin as well. The heifer here that closes out the class is one that's really strong down her top. You appreciate that about her. I like her in terms of her shape when you get behind her. Maybe a little frailer at the surface, a little frailer in terms of her foot and her bone structure, not quite as soft and maternal in her rib shape as the previous two.
Ring results out of Class 5 in your full-blood show. First place will go to back number 9015, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. That's TCBO Justice. Second place in that class will go to back number 9013, Atlee Stark of Cooper, Texas. Third place exhibited by Easton Stark, also of Cooper, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 6 before the division. Back over in the key ring, results out of our class before division. First place was exhibited by back number 3120. That was Tegan Parsons of Leavenworth, Kansas, with J-Saul Huda Mafia 5168 NET. Second place in that class exhibited by Jace Ritter of Beamer, Nebraska, with PCC DKBF Who's Looking 110N. We're now going to select a champion reserve late junior heifer calf.
The Simmental Arena, we have cattle that are darn near identical in terms of their percentile rank for their growth traits, both weaning and yearling, and then yet when we look at them, we certainly see a difference in what environment might be playing in terms of a role of what the cattle actually look like. This heifer out here at the top end of the class does a lot of things really, really good. A full-blood Fleck V heifer here that starting at the ground, got a big old nicely designed foot to her. Her length of toe or depth of heel is really good. Powerfully constructed in terms of her rib cage. She's stout pinned and she's got a lot of muscle shape to her. When you view her from behind, you view her from the side and she sure doesn't disappoint. She looks like a power cow to me that can certainly generate a bull, maybe not as extended up through her front end is what some of them are, but a really nice female to start the class. The heifer here in second, one that does have the EPDs for growth, but when we look at her just phenotypically, maybe a little harsher in terms of her body type and kind. Her rib cage, she gets a little higher in her flank relative to her elbow, but tremendously long fronted, and her neck set's really good onto her shoulder, a little cleaner throated than our class winner heifer that just needs to have a little more power to move up the line.
Looking Full-Blood Simmental ring results at a Class 6 before the division. First place exhibited by 9017. That was Mackenzie Sullins of Dahlonega, Georgia, with TNTS Samantha. Second place in that class exhibited by Kyle Williamson. We're now going to bring those first and seconds in. Select a champion reserve intermediate heifers.
Arena, and we've got three cattle out here that are your class winners that I know and I recognize that they look different, right? They each have different strengths within their genetic profile, and depending on what you're wanting to do. I'm going to talk a little bit about these cattle because I think it's justifiable in terms of their quality. There's no doubt that the heifer that wins the first class within this division division. Phenotypically is the one from the side that gives you the balanced feminine look, really maternal in terms of her design. You like her angularity up through her front 1/3, really good in terms of her rib shape. She's probably the heifer that lays her tail head down in her, and on the top side of her skeleton, she's certainly the most attractive. The question becomes, when you get behind her, is there enough to her? And I think that there is, that she's on that line. If you're looking to just build quality cattle with a look to them and with a functional skeleton, she's right in terms of her slope to her pastern and her skeletal angles, a nice female there in the first class. The heifer here from the second class, as we talked about in class, from her elbow back, man, we really like the power that she has in terms of her rib cage, and a heifer that's tremendously long-hipped. I think when we look from stifle to hock and hock to ground, maybe want to change that angle just a bit to be that ideal, right? But this is a female that I think has a lot of potential. Probably need to protect her through her end, right? When you make that mating decision, you want to maybe just relax her about her shoulder, maybe get her neck set just a little bit neater, maybe drops down just a touch in terms of her chest and her brisket, but an easy fleshing female that looks like she can survive a number of environments. Then we have the heifer that wins that third class, and growth and power is certainly to her advantage. You like her in terms of that rib cage. I think she's going to be a fun one to be making some mating decisions on because she brings some features to her that to the breed that you really like in terms of her foot, maybe a little quicker in terms of her step when we get her in motion, and we didn't talk about that in class, but she still reads right in terms of her skeletal angles. One that is a power female, maybe not quite as neat up through her front end, maybe not as maternal in terms of her API column as some of the others out here, but lots and lots of strengths to them. You can pick and choose them the way that you want for your operation and what you're trying to do from a marketing standpoint. For me, the quality heifer, the one that gives me a look that's maybe a little bit different for the breed, but I think can progress the breed, is a heifer from the first class. She'll be your champion.
Results out of your intermediate heifer division. Champion exhibited by Ashlyn Old of Williamsburg, Kansas, with Red Oak Meredith. Reserve champion in that division goes to Mackenzie Solons of Dahlonega, Georgia. Now in the ring, this is Class 7 full-blood Simmental heifers born January to March of 2024.
Of Fleckvie heifers out here, and both of them are just really of any of the classes out here, probably the soundest class of cattle that we've had in terms of their skeleton and their build, their ability to cover that ground with some comfort. The heifer at the top end of the class, not only a little bit better in terms of where she is in her genetic profile and her percentile rank, but she's a more powerfully constructed heifer, and it starts down at her foot. A big-footed heifer that's really relaxed about her pastern. She utilizes her hock as we get them out on the go. A little more performance. If I could change her, maybe we'd like to make her a little bit neater up through her front end, and that's sure where the heifer in second does have an advantage. She's neatly laid in about the point of her shoulder. She's a little cleaner about her throat. Maybe has a little more extension there as well. But at the same time, a heifer that I do like in terms of her rib shape and her functional kind relative to the class winner, maybe just a notch frailer in her foot and bone.
Ring results of your junior heifer division. Champion exhibited by Peyton Klein. You go ahead. And second place in reserve will go to back number 9018.
Cattle, boy, we haven't had necessarily huge numbers, but we sure have had quality cattle that from a genetic profile standpoint really intriguing to me, and still being cattle out here that have the phenotype that come out, and when trying to find cattle that look like they've got some form to function, and hopefully you can see the cattle that we have in this first lineup are the ones that probably read the most right in terms of their skeletal angles. And when we get to this calf, a female that you like her in terms of her rib shape and how maternal she is in her look, maybe like to relax her just a touch in terms of her rear pastern, raise her up in her pin set just a notch, but a good kind of female. The heifer in the middle of the lineup is one that's probably the most different in terms of her look. A heifer that I think when you get on top of them, not only do you like her from the side and probably the most pleasing to your attention and eye when you view her from the side, but I think that we need to get up on top of this heifer to appreciate how open she is on the top side of her skeleton. She's really bold through that upper rib. She's stout about her pin. She has more substance and utility to her than what you might think when you're back off of them 15 or 20 feet, and yet she's the one that certainly gives you the best look when you view her on the profile. The heifer here in the third division, boy, from her elbow back, I just love her in terms of her rib shape, like the function and the way that she utilizes her rear leg. Heifer that maybe has a little more brisket to her, maybe a little more crest to her neck, a power female that the young lady says that she is bred and going to calve here in May, I believe is what you had told me. Really a female that from her elbow back function is really, really good. An outstanding group, and then we come to the reserves within the division, and they bring a neat genetic profile as well. Cattle that maybe not quite as sound, maybe not quite as balanced in their look, but boy, cattle that are certainly intriguing from a genetic standpoint within that population. For me, if you would, please put your hands together, congratulate these young people on an outstanding set of Fleckvieh female.
Your full-blood champion Simmental, exhibited by Ashlyn Old of Williamsburg, Kansas, with Red Oak Meredith. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Junior Full-Blood Simmental, coming out of our final division, exhibited by Peyton Klein, Charleston, Arkansas. That's TCBO Tilly. We'll get the arena cleared and get started with our open Full-Blood Simmental show here momentarily.
Well, good morning. It's certainly an honor and a privilege to be out here this morning. What a way to start off our Fleckvieh Bull Show. We got a calf here that he just checks all the bells and whistles for us in this lineup. Very dense made, big bodied, stout, thick-ended calf that's the soundest structured one. Has a nice look to him, got a nice masculine head about him, but yet still fresh in terms of his condition. I think that's a very nice, logical place to start. The bull that comes here in second, love the growth and performance that this guy has, like the added length of body that he has. He's so long from his nose to his tail, but he wants to get a little round, a little flatter in his rib and his muscle pattern for us today. Just like to wolf him up a little bit. Nice pair of bulls. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Full-Blood Simmental Show. Results out of our first class of bulls. First place go to back number 9,400. That's Landon Old of Williamsburg, Kansas, with LLEO Range Max 28N. Second place in that class exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. Simmental shows Mr. Matt Copeland and Justin Barber.
Really good class of bulls over here on this side. There's a little give and take in this class, and we chose to go ahead and lead with this young woman's bull. We really like the bull when you get him on the side. Like how long and level he is down his top. Like the masculinity that he has and the power and bone that he has. I think what really separates him over the bull in second is just his testicular development. We like that he's a lot further along in that. Just a really nice bull to start the class. The bull in second, we really like on the profile. Like the length and levelness down his top. He actually probably moves out a little bit freer and easier than the one that starts the class. If we could change him, we'd just like to have him have a little bigger scrotal circumference to him. But really nice bull in second place. Young man on the end also has a nice bull that we really appreciate the bone and the footwork on this bull. We like how deep-sided he is. We feel he just gets a little plainer out of his front end and hip, but three really nice bulls in this class today.
Over here in the Full-Blood Simmental ring, results out of Class 9 before the Division of Bulls. First place exhibited by back number 9404. That's Caroline Jones of Tombeen, Texas, with Jones & Sons Ace. Second place in that class exhibited by Garrett Jones of Anna, Texas. Third place will go to Easton Stark of Cooper, Texas. We'll welcome in those first and second selected champion reserve junior bull calf.
Not a big division, but boy, sure nice lineup. A good, useful kind of bulls that I think all have a lot of longevity to them. I think they're really, really good, and they're tight and they're kind. I think it's a two-horse race, and it gets close because you can pick little differences on each one of them, and like to change a few things here and there that we talked about them in class. But the one that suits us the best would be the calf out of the first class. Young lady out of our second class should be reserve division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior bull calf exhibited by Landon Old coming out of our first class. Reserve champion will come out of the second class exhibited by Caroline Jones, Tombeen, Texas. We're now going to welcome in our final class of full-blood Simmental bulls.
good full-blood semi bulls over on this side. Two bulls that we feel are really similar in their type and kind. We're just going to go ahead and go with the bull that has a bit more performance and power and boldness of rib to him. We really like this bull when this guy gets him set and put up. We really like how long and lovely he is down his spine and how square hipped he is, and you get behind him and he's extra stout. The young lady in second has a very similar bull to him. We like the power and boldness of rib that this one has in the foot and the bone work on him. A bull that gets out and really moves around the ring well. Today we just thought that he didn't have quite the performance of the bull in front of her, but two really excellent bulls in this class.
Very many numbers, but boy, an outstanding lineup of bulls. We got a calf that we think's got a really bright future. He's got a nice silhouette and look to him, chuck full of meat down his back, out of his hip, and carries that advantage down low. Just a really good calf that I think has a lot of good to him. And then, we get in a tough class of big bulls that are just big, stout, rugged, burly made, just the right kind. They're sound, they're functional. This old bull here, you'd sure mash the Fairbanks down with a set of calves on the ground, and that's what we're in the beef business for. And you like his silhouette and the way he just gets out and moves. Just a very, very good, complete kind of a bull. We'll give one more look. We'll show you our two. Again, congratulations to all you young people out here. Outstanding lineup.
your grand champion full-blood Simmental bull here at the Cattleman's Congress, exhibited by Garrett Jones, Anna, Texas. That's GJC HR Maximilian 201M. Congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Full-Blood Simmental bull, exhibited by Landon Old, Williamsburg, Kansas. That's LLEO Range Max 28N. We'll get started with your female show here in the Full-Bloods. We're going to look to see Class 11 Full-Blood Simmental pairs.
Excellent cow-calf pair over here on the Simmental side. Pair that we really like. We love how good made this and high quality the female is. The cow, we love her at the point of her shoulder. She's really smooth, really feminine and attractive about her head. Then you get down and start studying her spine and her hip and hind leg, and really nice udder. Really like the teat spacing on her. And then we really like the bull calf that's on her side too. Just love the look that this calf offers you. A calf that we think's got a really bright future. Just an excellent pair.
Back over in the key ring, your champion late of the Full-Blood Simmental pair division, your champion exhibited by Landon Old with Logland Icicle 426M. We're going to take a brief photo break here in the Full-Blood ring. We'll get started with the Heifer show in just a moment.
We've got a really nice heifer to start off this class. Very feminine and elegant in this pair of females. You like the added length of body that she has. She's a big, robust, ribbed up high. She's stout back. She's thick-ended. Very nice balance. Got an awesome teat size and spread and shape underneath her. I think this female will have a tremendously gorgeous udder when she gets in production. Just a very nice, logical place to start. Young lady's heifer that comes here in second. Nice kind of female. You appreciate the added length of body that she has, but she maybe wants to get just a little flatter and more pinch there into her forerib, a little more cut up there into her rear flank, wants to hawk in when you view her from behind, but she's a big bone, big footed, got a lot of good to her. Just like to change that to get her one spot higher. Nice pair of females. Congratulations, girls.
We're going to start off with just a little more stubborn out here today, but I think when you just study her from the ground up, looking at her there, we really like the angles that she has. She's a heifer that's got a little more presence, got a little more quality, especially up through that front 1/3. We like how long and level she is down her hip and her top line. And heifer that just when you get out here just has more bone power and performance. Not to take anything away from the young lady's heifer in second, a heifer that gets out and really moves around the ring nice. We really like how well designed she is there. Like the amount of body she has. If we could change her, maybe just put her up in that front end, give her a little more power to compete with the heifer in front of her today. Two really nice heifers.
Up off Cowie and Broody in her type and kind. You just love how big and bold she is in the center portion of her rib and carries all the way that down to her navel. She's a big bone, big footed female that's got a lot of shape and width and dimension. Just very maternal in her type and kind. Would we like to lay her shoulder back into her and set her back in her knee as she gets out and goes? I would like to change that. We'd like to make her just a little bit more extended and prettier through that front 1/3, but it matches the rest of the cow power, and I still think she's plenty elegant. Just like to change that about her ever so slightly. Heifer that comes here in second. Another really sound maternal made kind of a female. You like the rib and volume that she has. She's one too that could use to be a little more extended through that front 1/3, maybe square her up around her hooks to her pins compared to our class winner. Heifer that rounds out the class, good kind of a female. She just runs out of power and performance and like to just change the angle of her pastern as she gets out and goes off her hind too. Excellent lineup of females. Congratulations to you young people.
Out here in this division, Matt and I see these the same way. I'll just talk them real quick to let you know how we kind of like them. We really like the heifer up here on front. Really like her from the shoulder back, probably as well as anything out here. Really like the extra bonus of rib, the bone and the power she has, and we like how comfortable she is on her hind leg. The heifer in the middle here is another one that we like. We really like the quality and presence about her. We like the body and bone that she has. The heifer down here on the end is another one that we really like how bold she is through the center portion of her rib. She gets out here and moves really well. She gets maybe a little plainer through her chest and her front end, but three really nice females. We'll go out here and pick a champion reserve.
Ring, your champion heifer calf exhibited by Abby Jones of Anna, Texas. Reserve champion came out of class 14, exhibited by Jada Peppers of Dawsonville, Georgia. Now in the ring is your next class here in the Full Blood Show. These are class 15 Full-Blood Simmental heifers born November of 2024.
Here, the heifer that leads off does so relatively easy in our eyes. Really like the look that she has, a silhouette. She's fresh in terms of her condition. You really appreciate this heifer when you get on the top side of her. You like her top shape, and you like the rib design that it comes so bold out of the center portion of her spine and goes all the way down. She's a big bone, big footed, deep heeled kind of a heifer. I think just very nice, logical class winner here. Heifer that comes in second. Like a lot of things about this female, very sound structured. You know, you love her from her hooks to her pins. She's very long in that regard. She just wants to get just a little plainer through that front 1/3, like to lay her shoulder back and set it into her a little softer and easier. Maybe give her just a shot of rear flank to run with the one that's ahead of her, but nice kind of a female. Young lady's coming next, boy. She's sure doing an awfully good job with this heifer. Quite a nice pair. They're both getting along really, really good. Young lady, you've got a very nice female on your hands. She's very sound, functional. Just gets a little plainer through her front 1/3. Likes to get up in the center portion of her spine when you set her in motion, but I love the teat size and spread underneath that one. Like the power that she has, thinks that makes that young girl a very nice cow. Female that rounds out the class, good kind of heifer. Just run out of power and performance in this lineup for us. Like a lot of things about her, just like to give her a little more elevation. Great class of females.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the key ring. Kianina heifers born Simmental ring results out of class 15. First place exhibited by Ashlyn Old with Red Oak Meredith. Second place went to Sean Hertline. Third place will go to Ryan Garrison, and fourth place to Landon Old. We'll now welcome in class 16 full-blood Simmental heifers born September to October of 2024.
really nice heifers over here on this side. The heifer that we're going to use to win the class does so rather handily in our eyes. We really like the rib design that she has in her hip and hind leg. Really like the extra performance she has. If we could change her, we'd like to maybe clean her up just a little bit in that chest floor compared to a couple of the heifers behind her. Heifer that we used in second, we really like this heifer. We like that she's got a little bit more body and design, rib design compared to the heifer in third. I think when she gets out on the move, we just like the way that she flexes out of her hock and off that hip and hind leg better than the heifer in third. Heifer in third is another nice heifer that we appreciate the rib and the length that she has. We just like to redesign her out of that hock and that rear back leg.
Well, congratulations in Class 16. First place to go to Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas with TCBO Justice. Second place will go to Allie Stark of Cooper, Texas. Third place exhibited by Easton Stark. We're now going to welcome in Class 17 before the division.
Could have stood some competition. Boy, if you want them dense and robust and big barreled and stout and thick ended, boy, you can gravitate to this one in a hurry because she is all that. Big bone, big footed, nice kind of a female there. If we was going to critique her ever so slightly for us, you know, I'd like to lean her up through her front 1/3. She's just getting a little over the hill looking for me there. Maybe bring her front in a little bit. She wants to get a little wide and toes out, just a freckle up front. But hey, lots of good cow right there. Lots of cool mating pieces right here. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, congratulations over here in the full-blood ring. Results out of Class 17 exhibited by Mackenzie Sullins of Dahlonega, Georgia. That's TNTS Samantha. We'll now welcome in all of those first and seconds. We'll select the champion reserve intermediate heifers.
Simmental side, we're picking a division right now, and I'm just going to go through these three heifers real quick to let you know how Matt and I see them, because there's a lot of give and take out here in these three. Heifer that won the first class, we really like how fresh she is, how feminine she is. We really like how smooth she is at the point of her shoulder, her line. She gets out here and moves really well. Does she have quite the bone and the power that the two heifers behind her don't? No, she doesn't. That's where it kind of gets challenging out here. The heifer that won that middle class, another one that we really like. We love the bone and the footwork that she has underneath her. Really big and a bowl through the center portion of her rib. If we could, we'd like to tone her down in her condition just a touch, maybe lay her in a little smoother right there through her chest floor. The big stout heifer on the end that won that last class, another one that we really love, the amount of bone and the body and center dimension that she has. If we could change that one, we'd just like to free her up off of both ends, maybe tone her down in her condition just a touch too. But with that said, I'll go out here and show you our champion reserve division.
In the Full-Blood Simmental ring, coming out of Class 15, exhibited by Ashlyn Old. That was Red Oak Meredith. And congratulations, reserve in that division will come out of Class 16, exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas. That's TCBO Justice. We'll now look to see your final class and division here in our open Full-Blood Simmental show. Results back over in the key ring. Results from Class 17. First place was exhibited by Remy Knifing.
Boy, really nice pair of females here. The female that leads off, boy, she's just broody and cowy and in her type and kind, and yet so stout, and she's sound and functional. She gets out and goes. Really love this female from her shoulders back. I think she's one of the most dynamic females that we've evaluated today. From her shoulder forwards, where we'd like to change her. Boy, we just like to lean her up in terms of her condition. She's sure pushing a lot of chest for us and a little bit fat up in the top side of her neck there. Heifer that comes in second, really appreciate the leanness and extra femininity that she has compared to our class winner in the top. But for us, she just gets a little smaller in her type and her kind and frailer from the ground up compared to our class winner. Nice pair of females. Congratulations to you young people.
Junior heifer exhibited by Peyton Klein of Charleston, Arkansas, with TCBO Tilly, reserve champion, and congratulations goes to Tanner Reed. We're now going to bring in those division champion and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion, full-blood Simmental heifers.
Round of applause. Excellent. Even though we didn't have a ton of numbers, it was an excellent show. And I'm just going to go through and touch on these three heifers really quick so that y'all can see them the way that Matt and I see them and see what we're thinking. The young lady's calf here on the end is kind of a combination heifer out here today. We really like how bold she is in her rib, the amount of foot and bone that she's got. You know, she's got extra extension up front. She's got a quality, just a really complete, solid heifer. The heifer coming out of the middle is another one that we really like. We love her silhouette, love the way that she is on the side, like how straight and level she is down her top. I guess compared to either heifer on either side of her, if we could, we'd just like to give her maybe a touch more bone, just a touch more power, but a great made, high quality, great looking female. Heifer that won that last division is a power cow out here in the deal. We love her from the shoulder back, love the boldness of rib, the design that she has. We like how square hip she is, love her from her hock down to her pastern. Heifer that, you know, if we could change up, we'd just like to lean her up in her condition a hair, maybe tuck her in just a hair in that chest. But three really nice heifers. We'll take one more look at them and go out and pick your champion reserve.
Simbrah female show. Beautiful colored-haired female here that's very long and elegant through that front 1/3. You like her length of spine, her length of hip. Really like the way she gets out and goes. She's got a big round foot, deep heel underneath her, good-bodied heifer that sure could have stood a lot more competition. Congratulations, young lady.
Well, congratulations to start out the Open Simbrah show. We'll welcome in Class 19. First place was exhibited by Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen Rudy, 15N. We're now going to welcome in Class 20 percentage Simbrah heifers born January to February of 2024.
Brad and I chose to go ahead and use the red heifer to win this class. I think there's some give and take with both these individuals out here. The red heifer, we really like her when she gets her stop, that silhouette that she offers, that extra extension up front, how clean made she is. Just a really nice, solid heifer to start with. The black heifer in second, we really like it. We think this heifer actually has an advantage in sound, especially when you get them out here and put them in motion. I guess compared to the heifer in front of her, she maybe not quite as attractive made and maybe not quite as square out of her hip and level down her top, but a heifer that we sure appreciate the soundness and the extra extension up front.
Congratulations over here in the Simbrah ring. Results before the division. First place in Class 20, exhibited by Leah Thorpe of Dayton, Texas. Second place went to Keith Johnson of Moss Point, Mississippi.
first division out here in our Simbrah female lineup. Got three very excellent females, and they're three totally different types and kinds of females, but I think they represent the breed, all three, very uniquely and very different. The heifer calf that wins that first division, you get her back out here. We really like this female from a fundamental standpoint, from the ground up. I love this female when you set her into motion. She's so sound, so fluid and smooth, big round feet, deep heeled, good bodied, very symmetrical. Very stout and opened up everywhere that you want to read her from any angle. The thing that we would like to change about her, for her age, we'd like to moderate her. She's plenty big and gassy for that age. Then you get out with two females out of this next division, two totally different types and kinds of females. One's a little more extended through her front 1/3, maybe has a little stouter hip. The one behind her is bigger bone, a little softer at the ground, still plenty feminine, wants to get up in her spine ever so slightly. Nice trio of heifers. Way we see them is young lady that first class, she'll be your division. Young lady out of our second, she'll be reserved. Congratulations.
The key ring first place will go to Addison Bailey of Dudley, Georgia. That was DFSC ELD, who be watching ET. We're now going to welcome in those first and second selected champion reserve early junior heifer calves. Exhibited by Andy Peoples with Hagen Rudy, 15N and reserve champion, was exhibited by Leah Thorpe of Dayton, Texas. Now in the ring, this is class 21, percentage Simbrah heifers, born October to November of 2024.
over here. We thought there's a little give and take here at the top, but we let go with the black female. Heifer that we really like. We really love the angles that she has. We like her shoulder. We like her hip and hind leg design. I think what kind of separates them too is this heifer is just a little bit broodier up front, a little cowier in her head, and even when you get to studying them, she's probably a little tighter in her chest. The heifer that comes in second is another female that we really like. We really appreciate the quality of the head that she has on her. We like the length and levelness that she has, the depth of rib. I guess compared to the heifer in front of her, she gets a little bit out at her hock when she walks. Maybe not quite the overall mass that the heifer in front of her has, but another really high-quality female. Heifer that comes around third is one that we just like to moderate and give her just a little more body in relation to her size. But another heifer that you really appreciate how extended she is up through her front end, how level she is down her top, and the neck and extension that she has. Just a really nice heifer that we'd just like to add a little more body to. The heifer rounding out the class is another heifer that we feel is really sound and functional. Heifer that's got some body and got some power and bone under her. Just one that maybe gets a little plainer in the way that she's made compared to the three females in front of her, but a really excellent class.
And senior heifer calf champion exhibited by Keith Johnson, Moss Point, Mississippi. Second place in reserve in that division will go to 4S Cattle of Brenham, Texas. Third place also to 4S. Fourth place in that class exhibited by Carl Whiston. We're now going to welcome in class 22.
Entry female that sure could have stood a load of competition out here. You know, you like the fundamentals of this female, and it's when you set her into motion. She's so smooth and so fluid from the ground up. Your bone matches her mass. You big round feet, very deep heeled. She's square on all four corners, very elegant through that front 1/3. Love the way their neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder and ties into her pole. Like her length of body, she's level from her hooks to her pins. You get behind her, she's a big, stout, cowy, powerful, broody design female. If we was going to change her ever so slightly, I'd like to give her just a little chest width and blow her apart right there into her forehead. But boy, that's getting picky on one that I think is very, very good. Congratulations to you, excellent class winner.
Results out of class 22 in your junior heifer champion, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. That's Hagen Marvelous 034M. We'll now bring in those division champion and reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion percentage Simbrah heifers.
Our champion female. Boy, folks, ringside, we didn't have a lot of numbers, so let's give all these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Outstanding lineup of females. The calf that wins that first division, I think that one's got a very nice, bright future in her. As I commented in her in class, like the way that she gets out and goes. She's very extended through that front 1/3. Got a lot of body, got a lot of power to her. Very, very nice. Our heifer that wins our second division, I think that's a bull raising machine, if you want my honest opinion. I love the rib, the volume, the bone and foot that she has. I think she's very, very useful and dynamic in terms of a breeding piece. I like that about her. Be on the heifers on either side of her. For what we're looking for, she could be a little more extended through that front 1/3, but I like that one a great deal. Then the heifer that wins our last class, just so dynamic and so fundamentally good from any angle that you want to look at her. And out here in this lineup, as we talked about, we might like to fix her there in her full rib and tidy her up there right behind her shoulder blades, but I think that's a very, very high quality, highly presented female. He gets close out here for us. We'll give him one more look and show you our two favorites. Again, congratulations to all you exhibitors. Outstanding lineup of females.
Buchanan, Waxahachie, Texas, and reserve champion. And congratulations went to Andy Peoples, Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen Rudy, 15N. We'll now get started with the Simbrah show. We're going to welcome in Class 23 Simbrah bulls born April of 2025. Back over in the key ring, results out of Class 22 before.
Simbrah Bull Show, two really good individuals out here in this class. The one that we're going to go ahead and use to lead off the class, we use that one just because we think he has more quality. He's got a great look when you get him on the profile. We really like how extended and up-fronted he is and how his neck comes out of his shoulder. Then you go down his top and his spine and his hip and hind legs all really well. Another bull that's got plenty of dimension. If we were going to change that bull ever so slightly, he wants to get a little bit outside his tracks when he's walking on those hind legs, but a really good bull to start the class off with. The Black Bull in second is the one that we really appreciate for the power and performance that he has. Love the foot size that he has, the bone that he has. I guess we're going to change this bull. We just like to redesign him out of that hip and hind leg, maybe pick him up in his pins when he's walking. But two really good individuals.
Over in the Simbrah ring, results out of Class 23, also your Junior Bull Calf Division. Champion goes to Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCrae, Snazzy Sandman. Reserve in that division will go to Caleb Frontnot of Henderson, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 24 Simbrah Bulls, born April of 2025 and later. Some winners today. Since 2017, the American Simmental Association has recognized Show Animals of the Year through its PTP Ring of Champions program. This program awards points to show animals for successes at the 6 major PTP shows: the American Royal, NAL, Cattleman's Congress, National Western Stock Show, Fort Worth Stock Show, and the Dixie National. Winners in the purebred, percentage, and full-blood Simmental divisions were recognized in Louisville. And today we'd like to recognize the 2024-2025 Simbrah PTP Ring of Champions winners and award their exhibitors with memorial banners. Winners, you are invited to the front of the ring to take a photo at the backdrop to be honored. We didn't recognize the heifers when they were in here, so we're going to do that shortly right now. Your grand champion percentage Simbrah heifer of the year was Hagen's Marvelous 034M, exhibited by Zachary Buchanan. Reserve champion percentage Simbrah heifer of the year was Hagen Cleo 032L, exhibited by Andy Peoples of Texas. And your honorable mention percentage Simbrah heifer of the year was 8RHFSA Montego Bay, exhibited by Olivia Upton of Mississippi.
Sure could have stood a lot of competition. A very sound, functional bull, big-footed, got a really nice look, fresh in terms of a condition. Really like how long from nose to tail, how level he is from his hooks to his pin. His tail head lays true and perfect there. Spine, just a really nice place to start. Young man showing this bull, sure showing up dad out here, and I like it. Good job, guys.
Not a whole lot of numbers in the Simbrah Bull Show here, but a lot of quality out here in the ring. And we'll just touch on these two real quick before you go ahead and make your selection. We really like the calf up here in front. We like the depth of body he has, the presence that he has. He's really good through his shoulder, good in his back end. If we could change him, we'd just like him to sit down a little more comfortably off of that rear pastern, but a bold, stout, good-looking calf. The big bull behind him is a bull that we also really like. We really love the extension that he has up front, the way his neck comes out of his shoulder. He's so good down his spine, and the way that his head lays in, an excellent hip and hind leg. A bull that's got plenty of power and performance. With that said, we'll take one last look out here and go pick your two champion reserve.
Cattle Company in Kaltassin, Yoakum, Texas. That's Hagen Money Clip 6M. And reserve champion, and congratulations, coming out of your June Bull Calf division. That was exhibited by Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCreary, Snazzy Sandman. Simbrah Bull of the Year, that was Hagen Money Clip 6M, exhibited by Hagen Cattle of Texas. Reserve champion Simbrah Bull of the Year was Merrifield's Mr. Anderson 6M, exhibited by Mackey Cattle and Reagan Merrifield of Texas. Honorable mention Simbrah Bull of the Year was HDHC Only Dreaming, exhibited by Hallie Hackett of Texas. later.
Our Simbrah show here, a heifer that's sure acting on the halter, and I've been there before, and it's a tough feeling when you got one that's this nice, but hey, that's why we bring them to the show, to get them broke. This one here is very sound, functional, good-bodied, like her balance from her chest floor to her udder, big wide pin set, carries that advantage down low, and then super elegant made through that front 1/3. Love the way their neck comes out of the top side of her shoulder. Heifer that comes here in second, I like this heifer in terms of her shapeliness down her top and out through her hooks to her pins, but she wants to get a little flatter in her rib design, flatter in her forerib, and a little straighter there from the hock to the ground compared to our class winner. Female that rounds out the class, young lady, does a nice job sticking this one. She's a very nice, feminine, very ultrasound kind of a female, just runs out of too much performance in this lineup for us today. High quality class, great way to start off our show. Congratulations to you young people.
Congratulations in our first class. The Simbrah heifers first place will go to Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas, with Smith McCreary Roxy's Pandora. Second place in that class exhibited by Colson Glusick. And third place, and congratulations to Evelyn Reed. We'll now welcome in class 26, Simbrah heifers born March to April of 2025.
Got a heifer out here that we think wins this class rather handily, in our opinion. We love the power that this heifer has. We love the bone, the footwork, the body that she has. With that, she's also extra attractive up through her front end. She's long and level down her top and just excellent in her hip and hind leg. A really logical place to start. It gets a little more challenging for us, I guess, on second and third. We went ahead and used this red heifer for second. We feel that she's a little quicker in her pattern, but with that, she has a class advantage with all that mass that she has in her body, and her rib and the boldness of rib. And when you put her into motion, she gets out here and really motors around the ring well. If she was just a little higher in her performance, we think that that heifer could move up even higher. Heifer in third was one that we considered for second too. We really like this heifer on the silhouette. We like her performance. And we just think in front of her has advantage in overall width, body design, and muscle, but a really nice, really attractive, really extended heifer in third that's a little leveler from hooks to pins. Heifer coming in fourth just gives up a little bit in terms of her rib cage and her overall width compared to the heifer in front, but like the heifer in front, we really like the extension that she has. We like the look that she has. She gets out here and moves well enough. We would like to set her back just a little bit there at her knee. Coming behind her is another heifer that we really liked that's really straight and level in her top line. Heifer that just kind of runs out of performance compared to the one up when you get behind her and look at her rib cage in relation to her frame size. Then the young man running out the class has another heifer that's really nice, really sound, just one that gives up a little bit of performance and look compared to those ahead of her today, but an excellent class.
Well, congratulations in Class 26 here in the Simbrah ring. First place will go to Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas, with Smith Diva, Do You Wanna Dance? Second place exhibited by Jenna Tyler. Third place also goes to Jenna Tyler. Fourth will go to Emily Birch. Fifth place exhibited by Caleb Fonten. And sixth place went to William Birch. We'll now welcome in Class 27 before the division.
class of females here. I think they're deep and good all the way through. The heifer that wins for us, though, she's just so, boy, she just floats out here, and she's got such a nice silhouette, and her balance and her symmetry is so good. She's so nice from her chest floor back to her udder. You like her bone and her foot size. You like her depth of heel. She's so angular through that front 1/3. Loves the way that her neck comes out top side of her shoulder. I like the levelness from her hooks to her pins, the way her tail head lays so true into that long extension and that spine work that's still so sound and functional. Good rib, good body, very nice logical place to start. Heifer that comes here in second. Hey, I like this female in terms of her body and her mass and her cowiness and her broodiness, her bone and her footwork. I think that is a very nice female. I think you're going to have a lot of fun breeding on this one. For me out here in this lineup, for Justin and I, we just like to just pretty her up through her front 1/3 compared to our class winner. I think she's still very elegant to have that much power just compared to our class winner. Close pair, nice pair. Heifer that comes next, very elongated through that front 1/3. She's sexier through their front 1/3 than the heifer that's in second. But for me, she wants to run downhill ever so slightly, wants to break behind her shoulders just a little bit compared to the top two, but really like the body, the volume, the structural integrity that female brings to the table. Heifer that comes next for us just gets a little plainer through her throat, gets a little flatter in her muscle and her rib pattern to get her any higher today, but she's a long-bodied, very sound, very functional heifer that's sure got a nice set of teeth design underneath her. The heifer that comes next is one that gets just a little bit moderate and quick in her type and her kind. She wants to get pulled apart the top side of her shoulder blade, but very fresh, very elegant through that front 1/3. Just like to give her a little bit more oomph to run her any higher with those today. Two females that round out the class. Hey, they have some power and some performance to them. They have a lot of good to them. We just like to make them better at the ground on either end of their skeletal design. Nice lineup of females. Congratulations to all you exhibitors.
Well, congratulations in Class 27, Simbrah Heifers. First place was exhibited by 9461 Cal Tassin of Sandy Hook, Mississippi. That's SLBC Hagen Perennial 505N. Second place in that class will go to Caleb Fronten of Henderson, Texas. Third place was exhibited by Jenna Tyler of Texarkana, Texas. Fourth place went to Ben Birch of Hempstead, Texas. Fifth place in that class, exhibited by Leah Thorpe of Dayton, Texas. We'll now welcome in those first and second selected champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Excellent division out here. We'll just touch on them real quick, then we'll go pick a couple. That heifer that won the first class, we really like the extension that she has, the silhouette that she has, the presence on the profile. Heifer that maybe doesn't have quite the power and dimension of a couple of these others out here, but one that's definitely in contention. Heifer in the middle is just a really good quality one that's really fundamentally made, great from the ground up. Heifer that has a lot of body and dimension. We really like that about her. The heifer that won that last class is a little more unique compared to these others out here. We really like the quality that she offers, the extension she has up front, the way her neck comes out of her shoulder. Then you get a study in her angles. You like her down her hip, through her hind leg and pastern. And with that said, we're going to go ahead and use a heifer on the end. And because it was really close in that class, we're going to use a heifer that was second for reserve.
That was exhibited by Cal Tassin of Sandy Hook, Mississippi, reserve champion in that division, going to Caleb Fonten of Henderson, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 28 to compete for your senior heifer calf division.
Here, both these females are two totally different types and kinds, and you folks ringside want to flip-flop them. I won't argue with you. We'll just tell you the differences that we see in them. The heifer that leads off our class, we just like her in true terms of muscle shape. As you read her down her top, out through her hooks to her pins, all the way down to her hock, and yet she's so blowed apart there into her forerib. She's opened up in her lower skeletal design. She's a bold rib female. Now, as she is elegant through the top side of her neck and is elongated as the heifer in second? No, but I think her chest floor sits higher and tighter into her, and I think she's fresher in terms of that condition. We would like to see her handle her rear hock a little softer and truer. That's where the advantage goes to the heifer in second. You set her in motion from the hock to the ground, she beats that heifer in first. But for us, she wants to get a little flatten her rib shape. She wants to get opened up in the top side of her shoulder blades. She wants to get a little deep on the point of that shoulder into her chest and wants to concave into that forerib compared to our class winner. Nice pair of females. Congratulations, you young people.
Half division champion exhibited by Morgan Jackson of Kaufman, Texas, with STCC LMC Carlita 614M. Reserve in that division was exhibited by 4S Cattle, Brenham, Texas. Now in the ring, this is Class 29 Simbrah heifers, born May to June of 2024.
Two heifers in this class that are each a little bit different in their type and kind. We're going to go ahead and use this heifer, the black heifer, to start with. We think that she's just a little bit better made up through her front end, got a little more slope to her shoulder, reaches off a little better on that front end. With that, she's also bolder in her rib cage. She's a little more attractive. She's a little better down through the center portion of her rib. The heifer in second, it's another heifer. Nice. We like her levelness up top. We like the bone and foot that she has. If we could change this heifer up, we'd maybe make her just a little looser and a little freer and longer moving, longer striding off of both ends of her skeleton. But a heifer that we appreciate. She's a little later maturing and fresher in her condition than the class winner. But two totally different heifers, both really nice.
An intermediate heifer exhibited by Jenna Tyler of Texarkana, Texas. Reserve champion will go to Sadie Hightower of Sumner, Texas. We're now going to welcome in Class 30 Simbrah heifers, born March to April of 2024.
big round-footed, deep-heeled. She's plenty pretty enough and elegant enough through that front 1/3. Is one in second. Little cleaner, yes, she is. But this one's still very elegant headed, very elegant through that front 1/3. If we was going to change anything about this female, I'd like to give her a shot of heart, and I'd like to change her front tit design, the shape of them. They get a little too round for me. I'd like to tidy them up there. But I think that's a very good fundamentally heifer that just rises to the top. The heifer in second is a showy one out here. Love the hair coat, love the presentation. She's so elegant in the top 1/2 of her neck. She's starting to push a little chest for us. She's wanting to get a little fat into that udder. She wants to break behind the top of her shoulder blades and get up in her spine and her tail head when you set her into motion. And that's minute. I mean, it's very, very minute. But compared to our class winner, I do like the udder teat design and shape and spread better than our class winner. We think it was a close pair, nice pair of females. The heifer that comes next, very, very nice kind of a female. She's bold and big and opened up in her body, center body cavity. She's a bold rib female. She's very nice and stout. But for us, it's when you set her into motion. She just gets too straight off for either end of her skeletal design. Young man that rounds out the class, we like the growth and performance of this female. Gosh, she's so long. Excuse me. She's so long and level from her hooks to her pins, and she's so elegant made through that front 1/3. But for us, she just gets a little flat ribbed, flat in her body type and kind for what we're looking for out here today. But nice lineup of females. Congratulations.
In Class 30 in the Simbrah ring, first place exhibited by 9471. That's Mallory Fitzgerald of Hull, Texas, with Lady Valor 6GS5M13. Second place in that class will go to Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. Third place went to Katie Martin, and fourth place to Jarrett Poole. Now in the ring will be Class 31 Simbrah heifers born January of 2024.
Stand a lot more competition. We really like this heifer once she gets her stopped and set up. She's really elegant up through her front end, really long down her spine. With that, she's got a big bold rib cage. She's big-footed, big-legged, and then we really like the spacing that she has between her teeth. Just a really good, solid history.
Well, congratulations in our final class of Simbrah heifers. First place was exhibited by Caleb Fontenot of Henderson, Texas, with Smith Juliet Ashley Rain 215M. We're now going to welcome in the first and second selected champion reserve junior heifer.
Division, and they're all three totally different types and kinds, and that's okay because I think all three of them are very, very good. I think they have a place. You know, there's a little give and take with our first class winner. She won that class because of her fundamentals. She's just so good in her spine and her footwork, and she's the biggest bone, biggest footed one standing out here. You know, as we talked to her in class, we might make her a little more elegant, especially right there under her chest floor, but a very, very highly competitive heifer. The heifer that wins that second class, you know, get her back out here in this lineup with a little more competition. Boy, she's so elegant through that front 1/3, and she's a stout power cow. Maybe wants to get a little short and round from her hooks to her pins when you set her into motion, but big bone, big footed, gorgeous bag underneath her, like the teat design and spread and shape that she's going to have. She'll go ahead and be our division champion and lay out first, be your reserve. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. Your champion, Junior Heifer, exhibited by Caleb Fonten of Henderson, Texas. Reserve champion went to Mallory Fitzgerald's of Hull, Texas. We'll now bring in those division champion reserves, select a grand and reserve grand champion, Simbrah Heifer.
Out here today, I'd like to thank the Simmental Association and the Cattlemen's Congress for having us out here. It's sure been a fun day with one of the greatest cowmen that I know, and Justin Barber. We've agreed all day long. We haven't debated. We haven't. Everything has been on point with us too, and it's been a lot of fun to do it with him. With you guys sitting out here, you breeders and exhibitors, I'd like everybody to give them a round of applause. What an outstanding lineup, way to finish up our day here. I think these cattle are all very good in their type and their kind. I think they have look, they have body, they have structural integrity, they have bone and foot, and they have power, and they all look like they're going to go out in the real world and make good cows. You know, and there's not one of these females out here that is the same type and kind as the other one, and that's okay, because that means that your breed is progressing, it's moving forward, and you have a lot of options, and you can do it however you want to do it, and mix and match to whatever bulls that are out there to improve your cow herd and progress your program going forward. And I think all these females out here do just that. Again, it's been my honor and my privilege. I think this is a tremendous lineup. I think it gets really close here on the top end for us. But again, it's certainly been an honor and a privilege. Justin, I'll give the mic to you.
Just want to say how great we feel this lineup is out here. I want to thank Cattlemen's Congress for inviting Matt and I to judge this show today, and tell Matt thanks for asking me to be his associate. It's a big honor to get out here and do it. We've really liked the quality of the cattle. With that, we've talked them all in class and division, and we'll go out here, Matt, and I'll show you which two we like best.
Champion Simbrah heifer exhibited by Caleb Fonten of Henderson, Texas. That was Smith Juliet, Ashley Renee, 215N. Congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, exhibited by Cal Tassin of Sandy Hook, Mississippi. We do have a couple others to award here for your Simbrah Heifer of the Year. Your co-champions go to 3CC LMC Gin Blossom L69 of Texas from Waylon Seeley. The co-champion is Hagen Penny 55L, exhibited by Carter Peoples of Texas. Honorable mention, Simbrah Heifer of the Year. Go to Smith Diva Take Me to the Dance, exhibited by Jacob Sansom of Texas.
here for the Simbrah cattle. Really a nice way to start off this show. A quality female that's really square built and nicely balanced, nice slope to her shoulder, a feminine, maternal looking May heifer to start off the show.
First place over here in the junior percentage. Simbrah ring. First place goes to Andy Peoples of Rockwall, Texas, with Hagen Rudy. We're now going to welcome in class 33.
Simbrah show a February heifer and one that has some extension up through her front 1/3 and is properly placed in terms of her neck onto her shoulder. Heifer that's got some rib shape to her. Really, when you study her on paper, boy, she's in the top 25% for a number of columns across the board, except for stayability, which is a little confusing to me, but a nice heifer both on paper as well as visually.
Class 33, exhibited by Leah Thorpe of Dayton, Texas. We'll now welcome in those two single entries. Select a champion reserve junior heifer calves.
Single entries for this first division of your Simbrahs, and we talked about them in class, how they both have some quality to them. Now that they're out here in division, I think can break them down just a little bit more, and we know that the heifer from the second class is really got a nice profile across the columns, but I think then when we start to look at them phenotypically, this heifer at the first class, boy, she reads right in terms of her angles. Her laid back on her knee, her slope to her shoulder, balances up really, really good. Most importantly, though, I think she has a decided advantage in her foot design. She's deep-heeled and very appropriate, and her length of toe in relation to the heel she has gets out and goes and is really flexible from her knees and hocks down. The next heifer in this division, another quality female. I like her in terms of her rib shape. I like what you see on paper. You start to break her down. Is she as relaxed up through her front end? Maybe gets just a little bit more forward about her knee, but another high quality stout pinned heifer. Champion's going to come out of the first class. Reserve will be from the second class. Give them a hand. ring, really 4 cattle that, boy, you look at them on paper, and 3 of the 4 are certainly in the upper tier when we study them in terms of their numbers. You get them out here, and the heifer that wins the class does so rather handily for me. Here's a feature, heifer that gives you a stout feature, big-footed and plenty of substance of bone, really maternal in terms of her rib shape. I like the heifer in the way that she balances up, but it's her function in terms of her skeleton and added stoutness of feature makes her a logical place for me to start. I think the close pair is actually in the middle between 2 and 3, and I think as you study them, the heifer that probably little neater and laid in about her tailhead, even over our class winner, is standing in second. Young lady's got her maybe just a bit stretched out here today. If you want, go ahead and lead her off. That's where she starts to come together. An easy flesh and big body type of heifer that relative to our class winner maybe just gets a little frailer at the surface. Now the big heifer here in third is one that I certainly appreciate. Her extension up front, she's really long and pretty strong down her top, maybe a little harder in terms of her body condition score and her body shape. Like to see her a little more authoritative in the way that she goes off her hind leg. Then the heifer to round off the class probably has just a bit of a disadvantage on paper. You view her here phenotypically, heifer that strong top, you like that about her, maybe a little shorter and steeper about her hip relative to her contemporaries. Just a single entry, and boy, this heifer could certainly stand some competition. She's really pretty progressive in terms of her genetic profile, but phenotypically this one balances up really neat. And it starts at the surface in terms of her foot size, her bone. She reads right in terms of her angle. Love the softness of center that she has. Looks like a female, going to make a nice cow for this young man.
Well, over here in the Simbrah ring, we're going to bring in all of those division champion reserves. Our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion percentage Simbrah females. Back over in the optimizer ring, results out of Class 5B for
drive of your Simbrah Junior Heifer show out here. Boy, I'm really pleased with the cattle that the young people have brought out here, functional in their kind. And I would tell you that, boy, you look on paper, really progressive in terms of where they are within their columns. Young lady with the first class or first division winner here maybe has got a heifer when parked that doesn't necessarily come together as what you need to see, but here's a heifer on the go that does really come together, sound structured and good footed, gets out and covers her tracks quite well. Heifer that does balance up. Now she's getting her pulled together. Nice female here for her. Heifer in the middle, another one that is really good and stout featured, and she's slick haired, and what you see is what you get. You love her in terms of her center body. I think when you back off of her, she gets just a notch shorter in terms of her hip. She drops down a nice hind leg, but I probably would just want to see her a notch longer in her hip when we view her from the side. And then we've got the black heifer that was a single entry within that division, and boy, could stand a lot of competition. She's really sound structured. She's maternal in terms of her makeup. If you would, please put your hands together, congratulate the Simbrah breeders for bringing out such an outstanding set.
In percentage, Simbrah heifer exhibited by Zachary Buchanan, Waxahachie, Texas. That's Hagen Marvelous 034M. Reserve Grand Champion exhibited by Andy Peoples, Rockwall, Texas. Hagen Rudy 15N.
Really a nice way to start off this show, and the heifer that wins the class is one that you certainly appreciate, not only from a genetic standpoint and what the indicators tell us, but boy, phenotypically as well. From her elbow back, you really like her in her rib shape. You like the way she balances up. Good size foot on her. A female that's pretty stout pinned as well, and looks like she's going to be a little easier fleshing relative to the heifer in second. Now the blaze face heifer in second, one that a little bit more extended in terms of her long bone growth. Heifer that's really strong down her top and pretty level out through her rump. You like that about her. Maybe just a touch harsher in terms of cage. Female that you like to stouten up at the surface as she tracks away. The heifer next in the lineup, she too is got some columns that are really pretty good, but relative to this class, she's maybe just given up some performance.
First place exhibited by Hallie Hackett of Texarkana, Texas. Second place in that class, we'll go to Cole Glusick. And third place exhibited by Evelyn Reed. We're now going to welcome in class 37, Simbrah heifers born April of 2025.
Genetic profiles that can accomplish different things, and you get out here and you analyze them phenotypically. The heifer that reads just a little more correct in terms of her skeletal angles is the one that's at the top end of the class. Ideally, could we relax her a little bit more about her shoulders? Sure. But she's really good and maternal in terms of her rib shape. I like the way that her flank ties into her belly wall, drops down a nice hind leg, gives you a good balanced look. Now the heavier naveled heifer here in second, maybe a little bit longer bodied and skeletally extended, and I sure like that about her. A female that's got maybe just a little more substance of bone. But at the same time, even though we said we'd like to relax the shoulder a touch on the heifer that wins, we'd like to do the same thing here. She gets a little forward in terms of her knee, but drops down a nice hind leg when you view her on the side. And then the gentleman here to close the class off. Here's a moderate heifer, a big-bodied heifer that maybe just gets a little frailer at the surface.
And over here in the Simbrah ring, first place exhibited by Emily Birch of Hempstead, Texas, with Smith 493, I'm a Jolene 593N. Second place exhibited by Jacob Merritt, and third will go to William Birch. We're now going to welcome in class 38, Simbrah heifers born March of 2025.
arena. Boy, we've got 4 high-quality heifers within this class, and I think that all 4 of them can contribute to the breed. The blaze face or motley faced heifer that we have at the top and wins the class purely from a structure standpoint. It starts at the surface, and she's really good in terms of her foot. She utilizes her hock much more correctly than the heifer in second. She's a notch bigger in her kind, a little bit longer, but everything balances and matches on this heifer. A nice place to start. Quality heifer here in second as well, and a heifer that I really like from her hooks forward. I love her body. She's a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal size, but she's laid back in her knee, a nice slope to her shoulder. She's actually a little cleaner throated than the heifer that wins the class, but on the go, it is how she moves off of that hind leg. A little more restricted in terms of her hock, a notch coarser about her tail head. The heifer here in third, another quality female, balances up nice when you view her from the side. It's when you get behind her that I get maybe just a little bit more concerned. She gets just a notch narrower about her pin, not as open as what I would like to see on the upper part of her skeleton, but a female that's good-footed, like her substance of bone, has some extension up through her front end. Now the heifer here in 4 is one that's probably the longest bodied heifer within the entire class, from the point of the shoulder back to her pin. Sure appreciate that about her, but also a heifer that's just a little bit bigger in terms of her skeletal size. Like to see her a notch more functional in the way that she goes off her hind leg.
Well, congratulations over in the Simbrah ring. Results of Class 38. First place went to Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas, with Smith Diva Do You Wanna Dance. Second place exhibited by Jenna Tyler. Third place will also go to Jenna Tyler, and fourth place will go to Rachel Snyder. We're now going to welcome in Class 39 to the Simbrah ring. Back over.
Exhibitors just bring you another set of cattle that not only are superior on paper, but boy, phenotypically, they're really good. Now, this top pair, I think some people may want to swap it, but for me, and all day, it's going to come down to form, to function, and skeleton, and where those angles are, along with just cow. And this red heifer has cow on the side of her. I'm surprised you didn't take your clippers and just go ahead and put that in the side of her. Big bodied, sound structured, really practical. Is she as clean and neat up through her front end as a heifer right behind you? No. But boy, she just love her in terms of her foot, her bone, her angles read right, fleshing ability. Looks like a female that's got maybe just a bit more power to her as well. That likelihood of probably generating a bull to put into production I see here within that red heifer. Now the blaze-faced heifer is certainly a neat-necked heifer, really long and slender about that neck. She's very clean-throated, and you like that about her. maybe just a bit more upright about her shoulder, a little further in terms of her knee. I'd like to see her just a notch sounder to move her up a notch. And then the heavier naveled heifer is practical. She's got a good functional hind leg, a little more set to it, but it's still practical and still functional, and she's got some length of hip. She just maybe gets a little frailer at the surface.
Simbrah ring, first place exhibited by Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas. Second place will go to Hallie Hackett, and third to Ben Birch. We're now going to welcome in Class 40 before the division.
Simbrah ring. Again, they bring cattle that give you a nice set of columns to them, and boy, this red heifer at the top end of the class is so square built, and quality, I think, are two words that describe her. You like her in terms of her added performance as well relative to the rest of the class. She's really three-dimensional, and she's angled right. If she wedges back to a big stout pin, quality heifer to start the class. To me, it gets a little closer with second and third because they both have advantages. The heifer in second probably going to move you a little further in terms of her marbling column relative to the rest of them. She's maybe not quite as big-bodied as the heifer that we've got in third, but I do read her as being just a bit more functional off of her hind leg, her stifle, and the way that it moves when we get them out on the go. She just needs a little more time, I think, a notch more body to move up a little higher in the class. Big volumed, really maternal heifer in terms of her rib shape. Yet I think as you study this one and you back off of her, she gets just a notch shorter about her hip, maybe not quite as confident in where she needs to utilize her hock on the go. Then the heifers here in 4 and 5, both of them maybe struggle just a little bit in the way that they go off of their hind leg, but to a lesser extent, it's your heifer. In 4, I think that you do have just a bit more correction in terms of your angle to your pastern, your utilization to your hock. A big heifer that you want to just stouten up a bit when I get behind her, and then the heifer to round off the class probably has, pound for pound, just as much or more body than the heifers a couple of the heifers that were right in front of you, but a heifer to me that really struggles in the way that she goes off of her hind leg, but you've done a nice job of exhibiting her and getting her presented.
Congratulations. Over here in the Junior Optimizer ring, your grand champion exhibited ring. Results out of our last class before the division. First place exhibited by Cal Tassin of Sandy Hook, Mississippi with SLBC Hagen Perennial 505N. Second place in that class exhibited by Leah Thorpe. Third place will go to Jenna Tyler. Fourth place exhibited by Aubrey Schneider. And fifth went to Jacob Merritt. We're going to bring those first and seconds in. Select the champion reserve junior heifer calves.
We range from Januaries to the youngest being Mays and Junes within this division. And boy, it's been a lot of fun to sort through. Hopefully you can see that we're trying to find cattle that are structurally correct and sound, and they've got some volume to them. Cattle that look like cows and going to have a maternal function. I'm not going to go through and talk each and every one of them. We've done that within the class, and I think that you see what I see in them, or hopefully I've described them accurately enough for you. To me, there's a heifer that just says quality, squareness of build, really, really neat. Young lady, you'll have your division champion.
Junior heifer calf exhibited by Cattleman with SLBC Hagen Perennial 505N.
Heifer that comes in contention for reserve really has a neat marbling number, but I really think for reserve it comes down to the two red heifers, and each one of them have their advantages. The heifer with the white belly maybe just a little more correctly assembled up front. She's neater at the top side of her shoulder. She's got more slope to her shoulder. She's more laid back in her knee, a little longer reaching as we ask them to go out of that front end. She probably wedges just a bit neater from the top of her shoulder back to her pin. Now the heifer that's standing right behind her, this is a big-bodied female. She's square down through her forerib. You like that about her, that added body and shape. Female that you like her stoutness to pin as well. For me, she maybe just opens up a little bit more through her front 1/3 reserve. Young man, the heifer with the white heifer.
Well, congratulations, reserve in that division coming out of Class 38, exhibited by Cannon Hill of East Bernard, Texas. We'll now welcome in Class 41, Simbrah heifers, born November of 2024.
That have got some form to function to them. The bigger star-faced heifer is the one that starts the class for me. Female that you like in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3, a little added feature in terms of size of foot. Female that's got some boldness to her rib. I think when you view them from behind, the heifer that maybe has a little more width of base is the one that stands in second. I think as you look at the heifer that's just a little bit more moderate in terms of her skeletal size, maybe gets a little rounder though out of her hip, but a big-bodied, easy fleshing heifer looks like she'll make a nice cow.
Congratulations in Class 41 over here in the Simbrah ring. First place exhibited by Jacob Sansom, Brenham, Texas, and second place go to Harper Claggett of Blooming Grove, Texas. Now welcome in Class 42 before the division.
Here a September heifer in one that has a nice balanced profile. Is she out of bounds anywhere? Certainly not. Tremendously long-bodied female that's got some boldness to her rib. I really like her in terms of her teat placement and size. Young lady says that they're going to work and get her bred up here once they get back from Oklahoma City. Nice female. Thank you for bringing her. Over in the Simbrah ring, we've got a division out here, our class winners, a black heifer and the red heifer. And you know, the heifers kind of match up from a size standpoint and a rib volume standpoint. Both of them are really good in terms of their teat placement and their structure. I think as you study the black heifer, maybe a little neater in terms of her show ring presence and the way that she sets her neck out of her shoulder. She's maybe a little more comfortable in the way that she lays that tail head down. But for me, as I study the three that we have out here, we're going to keep the two class winners together. Champion is going to be the black heifer. Reserve will be the red heifer.
Senior heifer calf exhibited by Jacob Sansom, and reserve champion will go to Aubrey Schneider. We'll now welcome in Class 43. This will also be the intermediate division.
Really a nice class of May and June heifers, and the heifer that I have at the top end of the class, maybe a little bit more progressive in terms of her columns, but for me, the reason that she wins is she's a higher quality heifer. She's square built, she balances up really nice. Her length through her front end, her length from hooks to pins, she's so symmetrical. Even though she's a long-bodied heifer, she's really pretty stout when you get behind her. She's stout pinned, she's got plenty of shape. You got plenty of curvature through the center portion of her rib. She's the sound structured heifer that I think needs to win rather handily. The heifer here in second, one that's really strong topped, and I like that about her. She's got some depth of rib, and she looks like she's an easy fleshing heifer. To me, she gets just a bit rocked forward up through her shoulder and a notch shorter about her hip.
Well, congratulations over here in the Simbrah ring. Your champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Jenna Tyler with Smith Miss Darling Diva 20M. Reserve champion will go to Sadie Hightower. We're now going to welcome in Class 44, Simbrah heifers born March to April of 2024. Back over in the Optimizer ring, champion spring heifer calf was exhibited by Camden Cruz of Galva, Kansas with CJK Miss Navy. Reserve champion was exhibited by Bryn Cruz, also of Galva, Kansas with BEK Miss Nova. Now in the ring, this is Class 3, late junior heifer calves born February of 2025.
Simbrah ring, boy, 4 really nice cattle that I think you do different things with, and how you make your mating decisions and match them up with different bulls that are in the breed will really be quite interesting. The 2 red heifers in my mind are the quality cattle, and the one that's just a little bit squarer in terms of its build. And I'm going to tell you, buddy, the first thing I want to do is I want to freshen her up just a little bit. You kick her out. She's got fleshing ability, and I appreciate that. It's not offensive, but if I could change something, I just want to freshen her up. She's squarer built. She's really good in terms of her feet. She drops down a nice hind leg. Both of them are big-bodied heifer. I think this one's a little easier fleshing, but more importantly to me, she's probably just a little bit more correct in terms of her teat placement and size as well as a brood cow. Really stout pinned and 3-dimensional. The heifer next within the lineup is another quality heifer, maybe not as highly presented, but boy, she's got a lot of good things about her relative to the heifer that wins the class. She's probably just a little bit tighter hearted, maybe not quite as confident and square off of her hind leg as the class winner. 3 and 4, I think that you can do different things, and it depends on how you prioritize them. To me, the heifer that's in 3rd is just a bigger bodied, easier fleshing heifer. I'd like to see her take a little longer stride when we view her on the go, particularly off of her hind leg. And that's what the 4th place heifer does do. And I'm a structure guy, right? But I think as I study the heifer in 4th, I appreciate her soundness, but I need to see her just a little bit easier fleshing, a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal size.
Out of class 44, first place exhibited by Kate Martin of Brenham, Texas. Second place went to Mallory Fitzgerald of Hull, Texas. Third place went to Cannon Hill, and fourth place to Jarrett Poole. Now in the ring is your final class of Simbrah heifers.
In the Simbrah ring, just a single entry and a female that would certainly stand some competition. Sound structure, big-bodied, really high quality, looks like a brood cow. If I would change anything, buddy, I would probably clip out her udder just a little bit and give her a little bit more of a maternal look, because her teat structure is really good. Like her added feature, high-quality female for that young man.
Well, congratulations. First place in class 45 goes to Jacob Merritt of Henderson, Texas. We'll bring in those first and seconds, select a champion reserve junior heifer. Back over in the optimizer ring, results out of class 4 before the division. First place exhibited by Clara Brink of Fremont, Iowa. Class 6. These are senior.
To apologize. I was just a little bit slow getting to the microphone and took a little more time to study these two because these two are both really, really good. And I want to describe them to you because I know one of the first things I told you, young man, was I wanted to freshen your heifer up, right? But I want to freshen up the black heifer as well. She's got plenty of condition on her. And I think as you break them down and study them, let's just talk about the red heifer first. This red heifer is really square built. I love her in terms of her feet and how she comes down so square at her chest floor and her forerib, a heifer that's really, really dimensional. And between the two, she is the stouter featured heifer in terms of muscularity. Down the top side, she's a little stouter back through her pin. Consequently, she's squarer in her hip. She drops down a really nice hind leg and has an advantage in terms of with the base when we ask them to go. Really, with that kind of power, though, she's still very maternal. I like her udder and her teat structure. Would you like to freshen her up just a little bit down through her brisket? Yeah, I think that you would. You come back here to the black heifer, and she too is one that you like in terms of her body. She's got just a little bit of chest to her. Probably stands just a little bit more opened up through her front end relative to the red heifer. A female that's maybe not as heavily muscled down her top and back through her pin as the one that's right in front of her, but super functional in her hind leg. She gets out and she goes. Does she drop down that hind leg that you probably think is ideal and what we want to see? No, but it's functional and she's sound structured, maybe a little coarser teated relative to the heifer that's right in front of them. Two really high quality heifers. The one that's the squarest in her build, the neatest and stoutest from her pin down is the red heifer. She'll be your champion. Reserve will be the black female.
Well, congratulations, your champion, Junior Heifer, exhibited by Kate Martin, Brenham, Texas, reserve champion. We'll go to Jacob Merritt. We're now going to welcome in all of your division champion reserves. We'll select a grand and reserve grand champion, Simbrah.
is tipped, even though I don't have a hat on, my hat is tipped to the Simbrah breeders for bringing cattle that are so progressive in terms of their columns and yet phenotypically formed to function-wise to be as good as they are. This is an outstanding group of cattle, and I know that we talked about each and every division in how they put some things together. Some were automatic divisions, right? But we talked them in class, so I'm not going to necessarily go through and talk every single one of them. But I'm a structure nut, and I do think that they've got to have body. They've got to have some volume in order to function out here. To me, there's some cattle that do some things that I'm really excited about what they could be doing in this breed, given their genetic profile, given the way they look and the presence that they have out here in the ring. I thank the association and the Simbrah breed that willing to give me the nod to sort through these cattle. It's always fun to sort this breed and go ahead and figure out where they are within the commercial industry. And Simbrah cattle definitely have a place in terms of being the maternal focus that we can have within the cow herd in certain parts of our country, and certainly ones that have a quality look to them. So thank you to the Cattlemen's Congress as well as the association for giving me the opportunity. The quality heifer, the bold heifer, the heifer that's really stout pinned with some power to her. I know a lot of people may not want to do this and go down and grab a calf, but she's going to be your champion.
Well, congratulations to Grand Champion Simbrah Heifer, exhibited by Cale Tassin, Sandy Hook, Mississippi. That's SLBC Hagen Perennial 505N.
The reserve calf that comes into play certainly does not take anything away from this lineup. I think that she's a quality heifer, sound, big-bodied, but I think there's a heifer that has a lot of unique features in terms of structure and balance and femininity. The black heifer from your second division will be reserved.
And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion, exhibited by Jacob Sansom of Brenham, Texas, with Smith 4S, Kayla Charming Lucy Lou. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We are going to get started with your junior percentage Simmental show here momentarily.
quality set of cattle to start off the percentage Simmental show. This is any indication of the quality that we're going to have. It's going to be a lot of fun today. And I think as you look at this trio, you could probably jumble them around and do them different than I have, because I'll tell you there's maybe some things that I see in them. By the time they're yearlings, we're probably going to place them just a notch different. The heifer at the top end of this class is really stout featured, and you like her in terms of her angles. She's laid back in her knee, a big bodied heifer, and it matches right where her flank is and her elbow. She drops down a nice hind leg, really comfortable when we get them out on the go. The heifer here in second is green. But boy, she has some things that I really, really like. Today, she's not as good in terms of her feature, not as stout as the heifer that's right in front of her. But boy, this one, the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3 is really good. I like her in terms of her body shape. And you get behind her, she's angled right. She's got some stoutness to pin. I think that your day is down the road just a little bit, young lady, because this one, it reads of quality. The heifer here in third is another high quality heifer with tons of body to her. She maybe gets just a little shorter out of her hip, maybe closes more at her foundation as well as her hock when we ask her to track away.
Percentage show, first place in Class 46, exhibited by Kyler Pettigrew, Yukon, Oklahoma. That was TGC Nyla N002. Second place was exhibited by Reagan Masters of Morrison, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Trace Falkenstein, Oswego, Kansas.
The big bodied, nice balanced heifer that looks like a brood cow, even though they're calves, right? And I think that she's on the line in terms of condition. You might want to just tone her down just a touch. but this one is so sound, so good bodied, and just balances up really nice. You get behind her, she's bowled through the upper part of her rib, and I think that this is a good place to start. The greener heifer is standing in second, and once you get her on the go, and you can go ahead and get her out and move, this is where she really comes together. She's a little neater in terms of setting her neck higher onto her shoulder, a heifer to me that's got plenty of rib shape, and I think at this stage of the game, maybe just a little bit more appropriate in where she's at from a body condition standpoint. Heifer in third is one that, as you study them, this is as stout of a heifer as what we've got out here in terms of just pure muscle shape. Big body, tons of hip in her. She's got some stoutness to her pin, yet at the same time, maybe just gets a little bit rounder about her shoulder, a not shorter striding once we get them on the go. The next heifer in the lineup, here's one that has just a bit more shoulder to her as well. From the side, you like her maternal look in terms of her rib shape, a heifer that fills her tracks when we watch her on the go, maybe just a touch plainer, even at this point of the game, down through her chest. The young lady's got a heifer here that I liked quite a bit, and the one thing that I would like to do is change her in her pastern. She'll snap her pastern throughout the entire class, but boy, from a balance standpoint, if this heifer would just relax, then if she doesn't snap that pastern on the go, she's going to move up the line quite handily. Then the next heifer in the lineup, the red female, one that's got a ton of rib to her, a little shorter striding. She's just a notch more upright about her shoulder. And then the heifer to round off the class is one that maybe not as powerful, but boy, she is slender neck, maybe as long and clean about her neck as anything within the class. We just need to see a little more to her.
Well, congratulations in our second class, the percentage Simmental females. First place exhibited by Holden Hawkins of Bogota, Texas. That's JSOL Hudat 5283N. Second place in that class will go to Addison Dowdy of Kennard, Texas with RRF Princess 062N. Third place exhibited by Brecken Scruggs of Ardmore, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Tilden Smith of Altus, Oklahoma. Fifth place exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Sperry, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Danny Dixon, and seventh place to Wesley Phillips. Now entering the ring, class 48. These are percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2025.
percentage females in these calves, and I do realize they're going to change a lot as they grow and develop, and it depends what barn they're going to be in. But I think as you get up here, the heifer at the front end of the class is not necessarily the slickest in terms of its neck. A female, though, that is really good in terms of rib and shape, balances up nice when you view it on the side. And her best look is on the go, so go ahead and take her out. She's really collected on the move. The heifer here in second, big-bodied female that maybe just a notch frailer in terms of her foot, a notch shallower heeled relative to the class winner. Gives you a nice balanced look when you view her from the side. She's pretty stout pinned as well. I see her maybe just being a notch more extended in her growth curve over the heifer that's in third. Heifer in third is one that's got a ton of rib to her, really laid back neat about her rib, and has tons of reach out of that front end. A notch more moderate in terms of her skeletal size is the way that I read her, a notch her type and kind. The heifer next, the motley face female, is one that's a little plainer in terms of her balanced look. She doesn't necessarily have as much authoritative stride off of her hind leg, but I like her in terms of her rib shape, her added stoutness of pin over the heifer next in the lineup. This next heifer gives you a nice look from the side. She's really feminine up through her front 1/3. She's strong in her top. I just need to see her a little more three-dimensional when I get behind her. In time, I think will be to her advantage as she grows and matures. The white-socked heifer in the lineup is one that is a little bit more moderate. I think as you study her, she gets just a touch rounder about her shoulder, not quite as extended in terms of her growth curve, but I read her as being just a little sounder in structure over the next heifer in the lineup. Next heifer is one that can coil up just a touch in terms of her top. Really long-bodied heifer that doesn't transition as neat from her neck and shoulder back into her rib. And then the next heifer to round off the class is one that has plenty of rib shape to it, but probably the most challenging way to go off of its rear leg.
Results out of Class 48 in the percentage Simmental show. First place was exhibited by Easton Chamberlain of Cold Camp, Missouri, with APB ALL Phyllis 541N. Second place in that class will go to back number 9087. That was Mabry Wharton of Lincoln, Arkansas, with FLAR LTZ Becky 530 NET. Third place exhibited by Heston Hanza of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place was exhibited by Calden Weaver. Fifth place went to Caden McKnight. Sixth place, and congratulations, goes to McCoy Landwehr. Seventh place exhibited by Glory Bailey. And eighth place will go to Mason Stainbrook. Now in the ring, Class 49, percentage Simmental heifers born April of 2025.
And boy, this is certainly a nice top pair, and I think that they're both high quality cattle. I think it's, for me, as you get down and you study them, the heifer that's just square in her build is the red female, really square down through her fore ribs. She's stout right back there through her pins, has a decided advantage in terms of skeletal width. When you ask them to track away, both of them are really nice, high quality heifers when you view them from the side. In terms of balance, the heifer here in second is one that you like in terms of how she matches everywhere, in terms of her neck and her head, and it ties into her shoulder. Now she's probably just a little bolder chested, right, in relation to what she is from behind. She'll close just a bit in terms of her foundation, but two high quality females. The heifer here in third is one that sounds structured. She too is pretty nice balance. She doesn't have as much condition on her, but she's also just a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal size. Probably not going to be as big as the other two once we get them into yearlings and breds, but a female that's very functional in her kind. You like the slope to her shoulder, the reach that she has up front. The young lady's got a heifer that is just a little plainer in terms of her makeup, her foot, and her bone, but she's really practical. She's got some rib shape to her. She's laid back in her knee. Her shoulders assembled really quite nice. She just needs to be more powerful when you get behind her. The next heifer within the lineup is one that you like her added skeletal size that she has, but as you back off of her, she maybe gets just a little more upright about her shoulder, not quite as confident in her step behind. And then the young lady has really been hanging in here quite well. A female that's big-bodied and bold. She's got some width to her pin, maybe wedges just a bit out through her loin and gets a little higher about her tail head. Next gentleman's got a heifer that I love her center body. I just want to relax her on both ends of that rib shape, give her a little more flexibility as she goes. The young lady here next has got a female that's big-bodied and sets her neck on the top side of her shoulder well. She comes in at her knee and maybe not quite as square built up front. Then the baldy heifer here is one that gets a little straighter behind, but is tremendously long-bodied from the point of her shoulder all the way back to her pin. And then the heifer to round off the class, the black and white, one that's given up just a little bit of performance relative to the others within the class.
Ring results of Simmental ring results at a class 49 percentage April heifer calves. First place was exhibited by Bo Porter of Woolridge, Missouri, with J-Sol Huda 5309N. Second place in that class will go to Wyatt Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with EVCS Hudat Darling 583 NET. Third place was exhibited by Camden Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Lily Willis of Harris, Arkansas. Fifth place exhibited by Josie Ritter. Sixth place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Emma Chamberlain of Cold Camp, Missouri. Seventh place was exhibited by Braxton Switzer. Eighth place went to Laramie Sasser. Ninth place to Cambry Dick, and 10th place to Allie Harrison. Now in the ring is class 50 percentage Simmental heifers born March of 2025.
Really a nice pair at the top end here of this class of percentage Simmentals. A heifer the very beginning, though, is the one that really puts some stoutness of feature and maternal look with some added length and dimension. She is one of the longest bodied heifers out here, and man, she still has plenty of shape to her. She's bowled through the center portion of her rib. Big old footed heifer to win the class. Heifer in second, maybe just a little more moderate in terms of her skeletal size, a little coarser about her tailhead, but she's the one that's the next most functional out here. A heifer that gets off, moves off of her hind leg with some authority. Female here in third is one that needs to be softened up just a touch back through her rear pastern. I like her in terms of her rib shape. Female that looks like she's going to be easy fleshing, just needs to use her hock a bit better. And then the heifer next in the lineup, it's much the same story, maybe just not as three-dimensional in terms of her shape. Young lady next has got a heifer that's tremendously long-bodied, and she's pretty fresh. A female that's got some strength to her top, maybe not quite as confident in her step, both front and rear. And then the heifer to round off the class, maybe giving up some performance, needs to be a little bit stouter from behind.
Simmental ring. First place exhibited by Tug Kennedy of Wagner, Oklahoma. That's LFTZ Becky's Chrissy, 525N. Second place in that class will go to Jalen Berg, Perkins, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Sydney Silman. Fourth place will go to Cody Heath. Fifth place in that class, Maisie Willis. And sixth place went to Micah Clemens. We're now going to welcome in Class 51. This will be your final class before the division.
of quality in it, and the heifer at the top end of the class, even though I say that there's lots of quality in it, still wins it rather handily for me. Just a sound structured, big-bodied, nice balanced heifer that, as neat as she is up front, she still has power and mass in terms of her ribs. She's stout about her pin. Sound structured, big-footed heifer to win. Heifer in second, also sound structured, big bodied, and I really, really like her power and feature that she has. Little plainer up through her front 1/3, little shorter neck, maybe just a touch deeper about her shoulder in relation to the class winner. Heifer in third and fourth, actually, that's where I wrestled because I'd like to change the hind leg on the heifer that I've got in third. She has a great deal of advantage in terms of power and mass. She does get just a little bit short striding to me. I like to relax her in terms of her skeletal angles. The young man here in 4, he's not got the biggest heifer in the lineup, but boy, this is a good practical female. She's sound structured. She's really got some boldness to her rib. I think this heifer is one that you either have her third or fourth. To me, she's just given up some performance. Then we come into a big old heifer next that's got plenty of body to her, but maybe just a little bit more challenge to go off of her hind leg. Much the same story for 91.23. She gets maybe just a little narrower up through her chest, and then the heifer to round off the class. A little plainer when you view her from the side. A heifer to me, though, there's got some depth of rib to her. She just needs to be stouter when I view her from behind.
Well, congratulations over here in the percentage Simmental ring. Results out of our final class before the spring heifer division. First place will go to Kennedy Brogdon of Waxahachie, Texas, with Stotler's Queen of Country. Second place, exhibited by Cade Hendricks of Okarche, Oklahoma, with TJS Knockout 99N. Third place in that class, exhibited by Laura Franklin of Blountesville, Alabama. Fourth place was exhibited by Griffin Ritchie of Altus, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Elsie Rickstrew. Sixth place, exhibited by Cale Robinson. And seventh, exhibited by Caden Steedman. We'll now welcome in those first and seconds. Select the Champion Reserve Spring Heifer Calves.
Simmental Arena, our percentage Simmentals here. Boy, I'm pleased with the cattle that we've got out here. And there's been lots of quality and depth within each class. And I know that the cattle are going to change, and I know how the environment is going to work. We've got some cattle that are at different stages in terms of where they are. Some are greener than others, but boy, they have the right parts to them. I think that as we go out here, try to find cattle that are sound structured and really square built type of cattle. I think that hopefully you can see those within this lineup. If you would, please put your hands together, congratulate these young people for such an outstanding set.
Tall ring, your champion spring heifer calf was exhibited by Bo Porter of Woolridge, Missouri, with J-Sol Houdat 5309N. And congratulations, reserve champion will come out of class 49, exhibited by Wyatt Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky. That's EVCS Houdat Darling 583 NET. We're now going to welcome in your next class and division. This will be class 52, percentage semis, born February of 2025.
The heifer that we have at the top end of the class is stout made and is really good structured. She laid back in her knee. She gets out, fills her track. Is she the biggest bone? No, not necessarily, but I think that she matches her foot in terms of some really symmetrical, big-bodied, stout-made, nice balanced heifer that I think that we need to start with. The heifer here in second is longer-bodied, a little more extended in terms of her growth curve. And boy, from the side, this young lady pulls her together and really makes her look neat. I think as you study her, though, she'll come in at her knee. She'll close just a bit in terms of her foundation. I want open her up just a touch when we view her from behind. Heifer here in third is one that is another high quality female, a big bodied heifer that's got a big old swoop in terms of her rib. She's a little bulkier about her shoulder in relation to the heifer that was right in front of her, maybe not quite as uniform in her underline as our first two. Next heifer that the young lady has is one that you like from her strength of top, a levelness of hip, nicely presented female that's really gives you a nice underlying balance to her. Gets just maybe a little bit frailer made, not quite as much growth and performance in her as our first three. And then we've got a red heifer here. This one's really expressive in terms of her muscular shape, maybe gets a little more upright in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3, and the heifer to round off the class. Maybe a little rougher haired female. She too has got some body to her and some fleshing ability, just maybe gets a little frailer at the ground.
Your heifer calf division, class 52, first place go to back number 9126. That's Allison Williams of Overbrook, Kansas, with OAKP RJ Cardi 590N. Second place in that class go to Addison Bartlow, Monticello, Illinois, with BBJCC Princess 4101N. Third place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Hank Hansa of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place go to Hadley Harrell. Fifth place in that class, and congratulations, goes to Presley Russell. In sixth place, exhibited by Arlie Bayer. We're now going to welcome in class 53 percentage Simmental heifers born January of 2025. Back over in the Slayer ring to get started with your open show. We've welcomed back to the ring Mr. Blake Nelson, Platte City, Missouri. Results out of Class 1, first place was exhibited by Waveland Farms of Pleasantville, Iowa, with KJS N54. Congratulations in Class 53 percentage Simmental heifers. First place, so go to back number 9135. That's Graham Dickerson of Hope, Indiana with BESH Miss Rose N44E. Second place in that class will go to Langston Welch of Eden, Texas with RRF Tiara 008N. Third place was exhibited by Glory Bailey of Tifton, Georgia. Fourth place will go to Gracie Stonebarger. And fifth place was exhibited by Riley Martin. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds to select the champion reserve junior heifer calves. Back over in the Slayer ring, results out of our
in this division that I realize they certainly don't match, right? There's different kinds of cattle, but I'm trying to find cattle that are sound structured, square in their build, and have got plenty of body and look like they're going to have some maternal function to them. The heifer from the first class within this division is really powerfully structured, and she's got a lot of muscle and maybe gets just a little bit much in terms of her muscle shape. But I think as you study her and her skeletal angles, she's really relaxed about her shoulder. She's laid back in her knee. You watch her come into the arena, she's sound structured, she's comfortable. I don't know how big she's going to be skeletally, but she's going to weigh a lot, right? She's just really stout in terms of her feature. The heifer right behind her maybe doesn't have as much muscle shape to her, probably not as wide down at the surface. Maybe a little bit more correct in her net sec onto that shoulder, but sometimes that shoulder can get just a little bit more upright too once we get her parked. When you get behind her, she certainly is a little bit flatter made, but still a good kind of cattle, has some foot, has some stoutness of feature to her. So we got different kinds. For me, I'm a guy that really likes structure in terms of volume. So we're going to keep the two class winners out here. You're going to be champion. Young man, you'll be reserved.
Your champion junior heifer calf coming out of class 52, exhibited by Allison Williams, Overbrook, Kansas. That's OAKPRJ, Cardi 590N. And reserve champion will come out of class 53, exhibited by Graham Dickerson, Hope, Indiana. That's BESH Miss Rose N44E. We're now going to welcome in your next class in division here in our Percentage Simmental show. Class 54, percentage semi-heifers, born November to December of 2024. For those of you just joining us here in the OG&E Coliseum over here in Arena 2, we have Class 3 and your National Slayer Heifer Show. Class 3 is your
just in pure cow shape and kind, and cattle that have got some rib and function to them. Over here, this top trio certainly do that. There's maybe some differences in terms of some of the bells and whistles, how they transition from one part to another. This heifer that I have at the top end of the class wins the class rather handily for me. Sound structure, big volume, really balanced when you view her from the side. To me, the thing that I really like about her is the way she's assembled up through her front 1/3. She's relaxed about that shoulder. She laid back in her knee, really square down through her heart. Then we come back here to the second place heifer, and this one is interesting to me because when this young lady parks her, man, she can pull her together. She can be just a notch more upright about her shoulder. She's got so much cushion down through her pastern and laid back in her knee. I like this heifer in terms of her rib. The old tail head's laid down in her, really quite nice. Female, though, relative to our class winner, I just maybe like to relax her through her front 1/3. Now, the heifer that is more relaxed through her front 1/3 is the one that's standing in third. And so you may wonder why do you have them the way that you do. Cow power here in terms of rib and fleshing ability. I appreciate that about this female. My most concerning view is from behind. When I see how bold she is up high, maybe tapers a little bit more back to her pen, not quite as genuine in terms of her shape. The next female is one that you like in terms of the body that she has. She too can get rocked forward just a bit about her shoulder, maybe camps underneath of herself when she gets parked. Not quite as clean and flat about her joints as some of the other cattle that we've had out here. The next gentleman is got a female that is really pretty long and slender about her neck, sets it onto her shoulder quite well. Really a long-bodied heifer that needs to be sounder when we get them out on the go. Much the same story with the black and white heifer coming out. Lots and lots of power, but she's shorter stepping off of both ends. I just want to loosen her up, but I appreciate the mass that she has. And then the young lady has got a heifer that does fill her track better than the one that was right in front of her. She's given up some balance and some natural performance and weight per day of age to go any higher today.
Well, congratulations back over in the Slayer ring. Results out of class. Place exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky with OAKP RJ Queen 535M. Second place in that class was exhibited by Gracie Giles of Clinton, Tennessee with MBF Harley Quinn. Third place will go to Clara Wright of Lexington, Oklahoma. Fourth place exhibited by Devin Frazier of Meeker, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Cason Weaver of Fort Cobb, Oklahoma. Sixth will go to Cord Clem. And seventh place exhibited by Madison Steedman. Now in the ring, this is class 55 percentage semis born September to October of 2024 before the division.
arena, your percentage semis, and I think that we've got cattle that run 3-4 deep here of just potential brood cows. Really some neat things from a stoutness of feature, a body standpoint. And the heifer that I have at the top end of the class to me is the squarest built, the one that's really stout featured in terms of foot and bone, and yet still is clean and flat about her joints, her knee, and her hock. Balances up the neatest when you view her from the side. You get her in motion, and sometimes she walks wide, right? But she doesn't necessarily get outside of herself. She's really comfortable in terms of that hock and the way that she flexes and sets it down. The heifer here in second, the Blaze Face, is another easy keeping, big bodied type of female, one that's maybe not quite as confident in its step from behind, but balance and quality. I love the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3. She's relaxed in her shoulder and her knee. Really good and bold about her forerib. Here's a heifer to me. When she gets parked, sometimes this young lady can have her looking a little bit off balance. You set her on the go, and man, you sure like her. She's maybe a touch plainer up through her front 1/3. Maybe not quite as big-footed and substance of bone as the other two, but this heifer's got a lot of good in her. Love her in terms of her body shape. The old tail head's laid in nice. Sometimes when we get her parked, we can get her just looking a bit off balance. The heifer that's in fourth has a great deal to her in terms of rib shape, and I love the way that her flank ties into her body wall. You get behind her, she maybe gets a little bit narrower at her pins, and as I back off, sometimes she gives me a look of being just a notch shorter hip, not quite as good balance as those that were right in front of her, but she's good neck, got a lot of power to her. Here's a heifer that from the side, boy, you like her added extension, and maybe the longest bodied heifer within the entire class. She's a female that is really nicely presented, strong topped and level hip. She just needs to be opened up a bit when I get behind her. It comes in just a touch at her knee. Then the red heifer. This one's moderate, and I know that she is, but this is a good kind of cattle. If she was a little bigger in terms of her kind, you can maybe move her up just a bit. She's sound structured. She's got some rib shape and fleshing ability about her. The white uddered heifer next in the class sets her neck on the top side of her shoulder quite nicely. Really good in terms of strength of top. Maybe gets just a little shorter striding behind. And then the red and white heifer within the class, another quality female, has got some rib shape to her. When you get behind her, she's probably narrower at her foundation and somewhat narrower at her pin.
Well, congratulations in the Slayer ring. Results out of your exhibited by back number 9160. That's Connolly Schick of Clinton, Illinois, with OAKP Audi 106M. Second place in that class was exhibited by McCoy Klingeman of Lima, Ohio. Third place exhibited by Sadie Plagg, Guthrie, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Creed Jackson of Anadarko, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Holden Hawkins of Bogota, Texas. Sixth place exhibited by Hutton Hawkins, also of Bogota, Texas. Now in the ring, your first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve senior heifer calves.
Simmental's, your senior calf championship drive. Boy, we've had a lot of good cattle within this division, even though we've had only 2 classes. But boy, the quality ran really, really deep, and I'm pleased with the cattle that we've got out here that are in contention for this champion drive. Both of them from the side, I think as you study them, boy, they read right in terms of their angles. Both of them have got a ton of rib shape to them. Get on top of them and they're angled right. They're neat at the top side of their shoulder. They're bold through their upper rib. They've got some stoutness to their pin. We talked about them in class in terms of how they're both sound structured and maybe just a little bit of difference in terms of how wide the heifer that wins that second class can go. I think that management is going to be good. Keep them in line. I think that both of these cattle are awfully good. I am going to keep them together. The champion is going to be from the first class. Reserve will be from the second. Give them a hand.
Well, congratulations, your champion senior heifer calf coming out of class 54. That was exhibited by Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, OAKP RJ Queen 535M, and reserve in that division coming out of class 55, exhibited by Connolly Schick of Clinton, Illinois. That's OAKP Audi 106M.
division, and the numbers are pretty comparable across all four of them. Boy, this heifer at the top end of the class is sure captivating. You study her and her angles, everything reads right. Big old body, mature looking cow. Not that I'm saying that she's past ever, but as a brood cow, my gosh, you're going to love her in production and out in the pasture. Just so sound when you ask her to go. And as powerfully constructed as this one is, she is tremendously long-bodied and still has that pin width and that width of base. I think an easy place to start. This heifer here in second, young lady, you have kept this heifer fresh. This heifer is really good structured. She too is got plenty of body to her. I like this heifer a notch more moderate in terms of her skeletal size, but that's a quality female. If I could change one thing about her, she'll maybe plant and twist just a little bit out of her front 1/3 when we ask her to go. The heifer next in the lineup is just Cowie. I mean, big bodied. You like that about her. She's sound structured, maybe just a little piecier in terms of how she transitions from piece to piece or part to part in this makeup, but a good practical type of cattle. And then this black heifer to round off the class, one that's easy fleshing. She too is big bodied. I maybe want to restructure her in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3. She'll kind of come out and roll out in her elbow, roll her shoulder just a bit on the go.
Results out of Class 56, which was also the intermediate heifer division. Champion that division exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois. That's APBSCC Phyllis 1469M. Reserve in that division exhibited by Laura Franklin of Brownsville, Alabama. That's RPCMFM Black Cap M086. Now in the ring, this is Class 57 to start out our final division. These are percentage semis born April of 2024.
quality set of females here, and boy, this is a nice top pair within this class. The difference is just looseness of structure, added power and mass. Boy, this heifer that wins the class is one that is tremendously wide about her pin set. She's shaped right, and the amount of muscle and mass that she has draped over such a long extended skeleton, and still the ability to get out and go with a big old foot, covers lots and lots of ground. She's good in terms of her teat size and placement as well. I think that's the place we need to start. Now this heifer in second is really good from the side. I appreciate her in terms of her teat placement as well. Lots of body and volume to her, maybe just a touch tighter hinged about her knee, not quite as long stepping, but most importantly, it's when I get behind her, she gets just a little bit narrower pinned and flatter in relation to the class winner. This red heifer is really pretty square built. You like her in terms of the squareness down through her forerib, the amount of boldness she has through the center and upper rib, a female that you like in terms of that rib cage. I think when you get her out in motion, she's maybe not quite as confident in her step behind, but certainly a stout pin, nice female for that gentleman. The next heifer in the lineup is one from her hooks forward I sure like. I like her rib. I like her slope to her shoulder. She laid back in terms of her knee, sets her neck on there really quite well. Not as good off of her hind leg, maybe a little bit rounder in terms of her hock joint. And then the next female, another one that's easy fleshing and big bodied. Gets just a little bit plainer when you view her from the side, a touch more open through the front part of her shoulder, and a little bit frailer in relation to her foot and bone relative to the heifer that stood right in front of her. The next heifer in the lineup is another one that's powerfully constructed, big ribbed, but she gets a little bit more opened up through her front 1/3 and a notch more upright about her shoulder. I'd like to relax her there and make her a little bit sounder. And then the young lady next here in the lineup, she was the first one, I believe, in the ring. Heifer that maybe not as nicely presented in terms of hair coat and presentation, but a heifer that does have some rib shape to her, some stoutness of foot, but along with that, she gets just a little rounder jointed, a notch more labored in the way that she goes out of her front 1/3, and then the heifer to round off the class. Here's the heifer that charts the highest API and is the closest to breed average. She's big bodied and she's got plenty of ease of flesh about her, but along with that comes just a little bit more brisket, maybe not quite as compositionally correct when we get on top of her.
Results out of our first class in your junior heifer division. First place to go to Brecken Bloomberg of Secor, Illinois, with BRB4 card CC 463M. Second place in that class exhibited by Levi Buchanan of Waxahachie, Texas. We're now welcoming in class 58 percentage semis born March of 2024.
deep class here of percentage Simmental cattle, and I think that all 3-4 of them out here are certainly going to generate and contribute to a lot of different operations. Maybe a little bit of difference in terms of management and where they are and their body condition score, but for me, when it comes down to just looseness of structure, reading right in terms of the angles, and given a quality, balanced, maternal look, it's the heifer at the top end of the class. The old tail head's laid down in neat. She's set out wide about her pen. She is the most comfortable on the go, both front and rear of anything out here, and still has that quality look. The heifer here in second, man, she is a powerfully constructed female, and I would tell you that probably EPD-wise, actually the ribeye area EPD goes to the heifer that is at the top end of the class, but this one is powerful. Tremendous amount of shape that she has. Would you like to just freshen her up a touch in the way that she goes out of her front end? She still flexes and reaches out of that front end, but for me, I just want to see her a notch fresher when we ask her to get out and go. The next heifer in the lineup doesn't have as much body, but I would tell you she's not as fat either. She's cleaner about her brisket, sets her neck onto a properly assembled shoulder and front 1/3. She's got plenty of rib shape for me, more than enough heifer that balances up right. I think when you watch her on the go, she maybe just hits the surface with a little more impact relative to the heifers in front of her. The next heifer, another good one, big bodied, easy fleshing, and certainly stout about her hip. She's maybe a little more upright and further forward about her shoulder, but a good practical type of cattle. The young man with the white heifer has got another one, plenty of body to her. I think that when you get behind her, though, she gets a little bit narrower about her pin, a little flatter in terms of her shape, and that's somewhat consequential to her being a little frailer in terms of her foot and bone. The young lady next in the lineup has got a heifer that's strong top. She's long and level about her hip. She's just a little bit deeper about her shoulder, maybe doesn't balance up as neat when you view her from the side.
The percentage Simmental ring, first place was exhibited by Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with RP CMFM Time to Shine M13. Second place in that class will go to Paisley Schick of Clinton, Illinois, with OAK PRJ Lizzo M254. Third place exhibited by Camden Weatherly of Perry, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Mallory Yoakley of Mountainville, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Hudson Prater, and sixth place go to Mackenzie Dobbs. We're now going to welcome in class 59. These are percentage semi-heifers born January to February of 2024.
be happy to have them at home and start generating Simmental or purebred percentage Simmental cattle, because they're all really, really good. I think as I study them, I go back and forth in different areas, but this heifer that wins the class, she's a truck, and I mean a powerhouse. You really need to get on top of this heifer to appreciate how dimensional she is on the top side of her skeleton. She's really good in terms of her rib shape. I think she's square down there at the base of her rib. She drops down a really nice hind leg. She balances up when I view her on the profile, maybe a little more uniform in terms of her body condition as well. I think when we get them out, is she sound? Yes. Sometimes she can maybe open up just a touch through her front end, but this heifer is square built, and when she's parked, this is the one that puts everything together. The heifer here in second, another one that, man, I'd love to just take her home. I maybe like to just see her a little shorter in terms of her teat up front, but big-bodied, really sound structured. She'll plant and twist ever so slightly out of her right front, but everything on her you like in terms of her foot size, her bone structure. She's clean and flat about her knee and her hock. You like that about her. Is she as powerfully constructed? No, but this is still a good one. This heifer balances up really, really nice. This heifer in third is one that I like her squareness of build. I really like that her neck set is good onto her shoulder. She's good in terms of her rib shape. The old tail head is laid in really nice as well. I think when you get behind her, though, she does get a little flatter relative to the other two. A female, though, that I would just love to take home and put her into an operation. Deep-footed, nice female that maybe coils her top just a touch when we get her on the go. Next heifer, this is another one, big-bodied, stout-made, maybe a little bit more protruded in terms of her tail head, a notch rocked forward in terms of her shoulder in relation to the rest of her body, but another high-quality female. Here's one that you have to like as well from an ease of flesh standpoint. Big-bodied, and she's pretty stout pin. Heifer that maybe gets a little flatter when you view her from behind, not as true in terms of her composition, a bit heavier condition than some of the other cattle out here. And then the heifer to round off the class. Another one, big-bodied, going to make a nice cow, just plods a little bit out of her front end.
Well, congratulations in our final class of percentage Simmies. First place exhibited by Olivia Jones, McLeod, Oklahoma, with Maine S&S, She's My Lady. Second place in that class will go to Wyatt Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky, with RP CMFM Wildfire M06. Third place in that class was exhibited by Tylee Elmore of Wacomas, Oklahoma, with XTB Mona Lisa M022. Fourth place was exhibited by Riley Eccles of Holdenville, Oklahoma. Fifth place will go to Elena Graft of Middletown, Ohio. And sixth place was exhibited by Mackenzie Gabbard of Palestine, Texas. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. Our judge will select his champion reserve junior heifers.
and thirds and fourths within this class are just quality cattle. I think for me, I've tried to find cattle that put everything together from a structure and a volume standpoint, cattle that maybe have just a little more feature to them when you view them from the side. If you would, please put your hands together, congratulate these exhibitors for an outstanding set.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior heifer over here in the percentage Simmental ring, coming out of class 57, exhibited by Brecken Bloomberg, Secor, Illinois. That's BRB4 card CC463M. Well, congratulations over here in the Simmental ring. Your reserve champion, a junior heifer coming out of class 58, exhibited by Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. That's RPCM FM Time to Shine M13. We'll get the ring cleared. We're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves and have a grand drive here for your junior percentage Simmental show. Back over in the optimizer ring for Show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the junior exhibitors here in the percentage show this afternoon.
Simmental cattle. It's been a pleasure to go through and sort, and it's been challenging in spots. I think as you get out here within this drive, there is some consistency in terms of skeletal build in the cattle, squareness of build. We'll talk about them real quick. This red heifer, I like her a lot. I like her square build that she has, her strength of top, how everything matches. Big-footed, sound-structured. She's a nice heifer calf that I think has got a really, really bright future. Probably the division that had the most challenge in it was the second division in terms of type and kind and trying to find the cattle that suit me. This heifer is probably the most different of anything out here within the drive. She's got a ton of muscle, a ton of power to her, and to have that much shape and to be that long-fronted and that clean-fronted is really pretty unique. Maybe not as good in terms of stoutness of feature, in terms of her foot and her bone relative to some of the other ones out here. But I think that heifer certainly has a place and can generate. We come back to that heifer that wins that third division, and it was a tough division. This heifer's build and just drawing your angles from the side or slope to shoulder, where she's at in terms of her knee, the build in terms of her underline. You get on top of this heifer and she's really bold through the upper part of her skeleton. She's just so effortless when you get her out and get her on the go, just stays collected, gives you a really nice look. Here's a square-built heifer from the 4th Division, and I would tell you that, is she perfect in the way that she's assembled up front? You maybe want to just relax her a touch in terms of her shoulder, but my gosh, she is power. From her elbow back, you love her in terms of her rib shape, that top line that she has, and drops down a really, really nice hind leg. Then we come back here to what I would consider senior yearling, maybe, which isn't necessarily typical as to what we think about from a birth date standpoint. But this heifer is fresh. You love her in terms of her foot. You love her in terms of her bone and the amount of rib shape that she has. She, too, is one that's super functional and in terms of her kind. Would you like to put her tail head down just a little bit? Maybe, but that's getting pretty nitpicky on an awfully, awfully good one. If you would, please, put your hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors on such an outstanding set of females.
By Josie Phillips, Maysville, Kentucky. That's OAKPRJ Queen 535M.
Intention for reserve that was reserved within that division. She too is a powerhouse. You love her in her rib. You love her balanced look that she has. We talked about that she's on the edge in terms of how she goes off of her hind leg, but that too would be one to really have back at home and put within the cow herd. To me, the next heifer within this lineup that puts together structure and volume and look and still being really, really fresh, your reserve champion comes out of your final division.
Well, congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion Percentage Simmental Heifer, exhibited by Ms. Brecken Bloomberg, Secor, Illinois. That's BRB4 card CC 463M. We'd like to congratulate all of the Percentage Simmental exhibitors. We'll get the ring cleared. Get started with your purebred show here in a moment. Back over in the Slayer ring, results out of your Optimizer Bull show. Your champion was exhibited
purebreds here, cattle that are really pretty good structured. The heifer that is the soundest structured is the one at the top end of the class, and it really starts down at her foot and her slope to her pastern. Big bodied, nice balance, gives you a good cow look. Heifer in second, I like her as well. Female that's really sets her neck onto her shoulder quite well. She's long and slender about that neck, and she's pretty square in terms of her base to her rib. Maybe a little more rigid in terms of her pastern when we get out and go. Heifer in third is another one that you like from a body standpoint. She's pretty stout pinned as well, but a female that maybe just gets a notch plainer when you view her from the side, and the way that she brings that neck into the shoulder. The blaze-faced heifer is one that you want to give her a little more flex to her knee and a little more reach up front, but really good in terms of her rib shape. Next young lady, got a heifer here that's just a little bit more excited, female that gets just a notch more plain when you view her from behind. She'll pull her hock in. Even though that hind leg is still functional, it's not as square as what I would like to see. The next heifer in the lineup is one that her front end is really neat. She's strong topped, and she does have some rib shape. She's just a little shorter striding behind, needs to utilize her hock a bit better. The blaze face heifer, maybe a little tighter hearted female that gets a little more rigid off of her hind leg. Then the young man's got a heifer that has got some width of base, pulls that hock in though when we ask them to go. Then we come into some cattle that just get a little bit plainer, maybe need to move a little better off of their hind leg in particular.
Well, congratulations in our first class of your Purebred Simmental show. First place exhibited by Lillian Masters of Morrison, Oklahoma. That's RCRR Miss Lucy N003. Second place in that class will go to Will Thurer of Wellington, Kansas. Third place, and congratulations, exhibited by Darcy Lammel of Isabella, Oklahoma. Fourth place, exhibited by Maisie Willis of Marietta, Oklahoma. Fifth place went to Abby Jones. Sixth place, exhibited by Aiden Glusick. Seventh place went to Annabelle Henderson. Eighth place will go to Aiden Glusick. Now in the ring, Class 31, Purebred Simmental heifers, born April of 2025.
the top trio are the cattle that have got some balance and look to them. The black heifer is the soundest structured. She's just more relaxed about her shoulder. Big-bodied heifer, and on the go is her best look. That's when she really pulls her top line together, flexes and utilizes her hind leg quite nicely. The heifer here in second, I like this one. She hit me pretty hard when she walked in. She's getting maybe a little more tense as we get out here, and consequently getting just a bit more upright about her shoulder. We get her to relax and get her set up. When you get her parked, buddy, this heifer is going to come together. I think she's got a bright future. She's just a little sounder in her movement off of her hind leg over the heifer that's in third. Now the heifer in third is one that gives you a nice look, and man, this guy's a stick. He can make her pull together when you've got her parked. But when you move her, she kind of does the shuffle behind. Like to see her pick up and utilize that rear leg just a bit better. The heifer next in the lineup is one that is got maybe a little more extended growth curve. She's really long fronted. She's got some rib shape to her, but I like to see her a little more authoritative in the way that she goes off of her hind leg. The heifer next that the young lady has with the pink tag is a big-bodied female, maybe just a little plain. She plods a notch out of her front end when we ask her to go. And then the baldy, one that's strong topped, and she's pretty level on her hip and got some rib shape to her. She just may be getting out performed here today.
In your second class of purebred Simmental heifers, first place exhibited by Huck Hands of Lawton, Oklahoma, with WAGZ Herms 503M. Second place in that class was exhibited by Hudson Prater of Blanchard, Oklahoma, with 4PH Bet on Star. Third place exhibited by Joshua Claggett. Fourth place will go to Callie Brashears. Fifth place exhibited by Julia Harrington. Sixth place went to Maisie Willis. Now in the ring, this is Class 62 purebred Simmental heifers born April of 2025.
and this heifer that wins the class hit me pretty hard when she came in. I would be the first to tell you, is she the stoutest heifer? No. Is she the soundest heifer? Is she the nicest balanced heifer? Is she one that's really good in terms of her rib shape and has a look of functional quality? Yes, and I think that she's the heifer that needs to win. Now, the heifer in second also has got quality to her. Maybe a little hesitant to go, a little quick in her step behind, but this one's probably more powerfully constructed. Got a little more muscle shape to her. She's really bold in terms of her rib. I just like to see her go a notch better off of her hind leg. The heifer here in third, another one that's got some rib shape to her. She's pretty level out through rump. A heifer to me, though, that just gets a little flatter, pulls her hock in when we ask her to go, and is a notch rigid in terms of that rear pastern. The young man's blaze face heifer, you love blazes when you've got them out in the pasture or even in the show ring. A big bodied heifer that maybe just gets a little coarser about her shoulder and her hock joint. The red heifer is a big, heavy muscled heifer that's got a ton of body to her. She just needs to be relaxed in her skeleton off of both sides of that middle portion of her body. And then the heifer to round off the class, one that's strong topped and pretty level out over her rump. She gets maybe a little tighter hearted, a little narrower at the surface.
Results out of Class 62. First place exhibited by Glenny's McGurk of Kingman, Indiana. That's next Vicky 1N. Second place in that class will go to Balin Brink. Third place was exhibited by Peyton Adams. Fourth place go to Sutton Zello. Fifth place in that class exhibited by Jetson Coulterion. And sixth place will go to Kelsey Sedgwick. We're now going to welcome in Class 63. These are purebred Simmental heifers born March of 2025. In Arena 2 with your
long-bodied heifer that's got more than enough shape. I think she's appropriate in the amount of condition she has at this stage of the game. Really good in the way that she utilizes her hock on the go. Now, I'd be the first to admit, sometimes when we're going to that out gate, she can kind of crank her top just a little bit as she's pulling back on her. But this is the square-built, high-quality heifer. One that's a little stouter is standing in second. I would admit that she is. She also has a bit more condition on her, and I catch her at times just splaying out of her right front. Not that it is offensive or out of bounds, but I don't see her necessarily utilizing her hock quite as efficiently as the heifer that wins the class. The Baldy. This one is one that just keeps coming up, at least within my mind. She's sound structured, she's big bodied. Is she cobra fronted? No, she's not, and I don't think that they have to be. This one is a good practical cattle, and the young man does a good job at getting her stuck. When we back off, she gets just a notch plainer, a little deeper about her shoulder relative to those other two. The next heifer within the drive is one that also gives you a nice look when she's parked. The young man does a good job at pulling her together. She's not as good off of her hind leg. She gets a nickel shorter about her hip and a notch shorter striding. The next gentleman's got another heifer that, man, I'd be happy to have her back at home. Long-bodied, big-bodied as well. Plenty of foot and substance of bone. A heifer that maybe just rolls her shoulder as we ask her to go. Then we've got a heifer here next in the lineup. Her center body is really good. She gets a little straighter off of her hind leg, maybe splays a touch up front. Then the Baldy that the young lady has is one that you appreciate her overall length of body. She just gets a little frailer in her feature. She's a little shallow in her heel, a little longer in her toe, not frailer in terms of her foot and bone. The young lady's got one that is stouter boned and got a big old foot on her. A heifer that maybe will duck her pins a bit, waddles out of her hind end when we ask her to go, maybe just gets a little bit rounder about her shoulder. The white socked heifer coming out next, one that you like in terms of having some body to her, gets a little bit plain, maybe not quite as highly presented here today. And then the big long-bodied heifer that rounds off the class. You have to appreciate that added length and skeletal extension she has. She gets maybe a little higher about her flank, needs to be more secure off of her hind leg.
Simmental ring results out of Class 63. First place exhibited by Addison Bartlow of Monticello, Illinois, with RRF Loving the Prophet 046N. Second place in that class was exhibited by Jacob Stouffer of Warsaw, Indiana, with J. Saul Rosie 5362N. Now in the ring, this is Class 64 purebred Simmental heifers born March of 2025 before the division.
Tall cattle, and the calves that they bring out here have got plenty of rib. They balance up nice, and boy, this heifer is one that puts together structure and volume with a quality cow look to her. I think a nice logical place to start. The heifers in second and third get a little closer in my mind. Comes down to just really how square they are in terms of their rib shape, where they are in terms of their arch and curvature there. This black heifer, the young lady does a nice job of getting her presented. You maybe like to just see her a notch stouter when you view her from behind, and the red heifer is stouter from behind, but at the same time maybe gets a little tighter up through her forerib. The next female in the lineup, the young man in the hat, has got a heifer that you sure appreciate her body volume, a heifer that pretty good in the way that she goes off of her hind leg. I just maybe like to see her a little bit more relaxed up through her front end. When we ask her to go, she can get just a nickel short striding. Then the Baldy that we have next in the lineup is one that gets just a notch frailer in terms of her foot, not as confident and coordinated in her step behind. Young lady next has got one that you like in terms of her boldness to the upper skeleton. She's got more muscle shape to her. Consequently, she she gets a little round out of her hip, maybe a little bit deeper about her shoulder. The young lady has got a calf that you like her in terms of her fill, a little more moderate female, one that you just like to see a little bit more punch in terms of her growth curve. The next one is a female that you certainly appreciate in terms of her boldness of rib and how pulled down she is about her flank. I just want to make her a little square from behind when we ask her to go. The young lady has got one that's really long bodied, but gets just a little plain. She's deeper about her chest, doesn't balance up as nice when we view her from the side. And then the white uddered heifer to round off the class, one that gets maybe a little more upright about her shoulder, certainly one that you'd like to see a notch square behind.
Out of Class 64 before the division. First place exhibited by Tylee Elmore of Wacomas, Oklahoma, with J-Saul Roxy 5521N. Second place was exhibited by Jalen Burke of Yates Center, Kansas, with J-Saul Honey Butter 392N. We're now going to welcome in those first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve here in your spring heifer calf division.
Here for your purebred Simmentals, cattle with lots and lots of quality, and the cattle classes went really deep as well. I think as you study the cattle, the ones that we've got out here in this first lineup are really good in terms of their skeletal angles. They've got plenty of body to them. I think there's one out here that has just a little more substance as well, a notch bigger in terms of foot, and feature is really good, really clean and flat about her joints. The heifer from the last class will be your division winner.
Well, congratulations, your champion spring heifer calf exhibited by Tylee Elmore of Wacomas, Oklahoma. That's J-Saul Roxy 5521N. Reserve from that division coming out of Class 63. That was Addison Barlow, Monticello, Illinois, with RRF Loving the Prophet 046. We'll get started with your next division here in the Simmental ring. Welcoming in Class 65, purebred Simmental heifers, born February of 2025.
all enthusiasts just keep bringing good cattle after good cattle, and this class goes really, really deep. I think as you study this top pair, you can do them however you like, but for me, the one that's just reads a little more right in her angles in terms of her depth of heel, length of toe, the way she's assembled up through her front 1/3, and the added length of body with power and mass is the heifer that wins the class. I see her as being just a little bit more fluid as well in terms of her movement off of her hind leg. Now the white flanked heifer is one that you have to appreciate in terms of her body and that depth of body and how that flank ties into her body wall. Female that's really pretty stout in terms of her makeup. I think that she, relative to the class winner, maybe gets just a touch deeper about her shoulder relative to that class winner, maybe not quite as flexible off of her hind leg. Heifers in 3rd and 4th, I think, are really pretty close in my mind. The heifer that I've got here in 3rd is one that's really good in terms of her body shape, sets her neck onto the top side of her shoulder while being just a little bit neater and square in the way that she's assembled through her front 1/3. The heifer here that we've got in 4th, another quality female. Relative to those that preceded her, maybe not quite as much substance of bone, but boy, she is nicely presented, tremendously long-bodied, gets just a little bit thicker about her neck. And then the next heifer in the lineup is a little bit shorter structured all the way through, a little more moderate heifer, but I think one that can survive in a number of different environments. I really like the squareness that she has up through her forerib over the heifer that's next in the lineup. The heifer next in the lineup is one that's got some strength to her top. She's pretty level out through her rump, and she too has got plenty of substance and utility to her bone work. I see her as just being a little bit plainer as we watch her go. She maybe struggles just a bit more out of her front 1/3. The heifer next in the lineup's really long-bodied. I just need to see her a little more three-dimensional when we view her from behind. The blaze face heifer is one that gets just a touch rounder from hooks to pins, a little rounder about her shoulder, but I love her in terms of her body shape. Then we come into a baldy heifer here that gets just a little bit plainer in terms of her type and kind, but I read her as being more functional in terms of her skeleton over the remaining two. The remaining two heifers in the class maybe just struggle a bit more to go when we set them in motion. off of her pastern when we ask her to go, particularly off of her hind leg. But you gotta like the added power and mass that this female has. Even on the upper side of her skeleton, she works back to a big old stout pin set to her, a nice female. Heifer here in third is one that gets just a little quicker stepping. But when she's parked, boy, you sure like the silhouette that she gives you. She's got a nice slope to her shoulder. She's laid back in her knee. Just like to see her take a longer stride. Now, the heifer here in 4 does take the longer stride, and this is a ground pounder, really good and flexible from her knees to the hocks to the ground. You like her in terms of her rib shape as well. She just gets a little plainer. She gets a little deeper about her chest, maybe a little coarser about her tail head, but a really nice potential cow for that young man. There's no doubt that the red heifer is really strong top and gives you a good typey look, maybe a little nicer presented than the one that stood right in front of her. However, she does get just a little straighter in terms of her angles, a little quicker in her step. The next heifer in the lineup, one that you like in terms of her rib shape. And for as long-bodied as she is, she's really pretty stout. I just want to soften her and make her a little more comfortable in her movement off of her hind leg. The heifer next in the lineup that the young lady has is one that from her elbow back, I sure like her. I like her in terms of her flexibility and how she utilizes her hock. She's got plenty of rib shape to her. She maybe gets a little more upright through her front end and her shoulder, maybe a little bit shorter as well through that front 1/3. The young man's got a heifer here that's a good practical type of cattle. Big-bodied, stout-made, just gets a little bit plain and a little more moderate in terms of its skeletal size. The white-flanked heifer here is one that closes at her foundation when you ask her to go, particularly off her rear 2. Then we've got a heifer that the young lady has here that she's doing a good job getting her exhibited, one that it maybe gets a little higher about her flank, a little tighter in terms of her flank, has got some rib shape to her, but just a little bit frailer at the ground. And then the heifer to round the class off, really heavy muscled and expressive in terms of her muscular shape, but I think it's at the sacrifice of skeletal function. Classes in this division, junior calf division, and my gosh, the quality has been really, really good. I think that as you look at the 2 that are in contention here, they're big-bodied cattle, they're sound-structured cattle, maybe a few little nitpicky things. The one that's probably the best in terms of her foot and her depth of heel and length of toe, maybe a little bit neater up through her front end, is a heifer from the first class. She'll be your division champion.
Well, congratulations, your champion junior heifer calf in the Simmental ring, exhibited by Glennies McGurk, Kingman, Indiana. That's TRCC Pradet 505N.
That the heifer that comes into contention here sure doesn't take away really big-bodied and square in terms of her forerib. You really like the added extension with the added power. We're going to keep them together out of the same class. Reserve will be the birthmarked heifer.
Well, congratulations, reserve champion junior heifer calf, exhibited by Josie Phillips of Maysville, Kentucky, with J. Saul Rosie 5148N. We'll get started with your next division here in the Simmental Show. We're going to welcome in Class 67 purebred Simmental heifers born October to November of 2024. Back in the Brayford ring, your champion fall calf.
just are really, really good. And I think when you look at this class, a heifer that just has quality, not only does she excel in terms of her growth columns, but this is one that gives you a good maternal look. You like the way that she reads in terms of her skeletal angles, and everything matches. Her length out of her front end and how that neck comes into that properly assembled shoulder, that big old strong top, that long square hip, drops down a nice hind leg. I think an easy class winner. From there, I think it does get a little more challenging, and the next sound heifer in the class in terms of foot and flatness of joints is the heifer that I've got in second. I do realize that she maybe gets a little deeper about how she ties her neck in to her shoulder, but a big outline, long-hipped heifer that the young man does a nice job getting her exhibited. The heifer in third can give you a good look from the side. She's got some depth of body to her. But I think as you start to break her down and pick her apart, she gets maybe just a little rounder about her shoulder, makes her look like she gets a little tight-hearted, but she's not tight-hearted. She's really square in terms of her chest. I think the shoulder is what throws her off. She's really pretty sound, a moderate, easy fleshing heifer. The next female in the class is one that maybe gets just a little bit plainer when you view her from the side. She gets a little deeper about her chest, but boy, I like the power that she has working and feeding out of the backside of her shoulder and down through her top. Female that's got some substance of bone to her. We just need to give her a little better look when we view her on the profile. The red heifer is next in the lineup, and the young lady's doing a good job at getting her presented. One that maybe gets a little steeper about her shoulder, a little forward in terms of her knee, and then to round off the class, a heifer that compositionally is probably one of the fatter heifers within the class, maybe needs to be a notch sounder as well. powerful females within this class, and yet they handle it. They're sound structured. The one that's maybe just a bit truer footed, particularly up front, is the black heifer. She's also just maybe a bit more feminine in her design, in the way that she's laid in about her shoulder, really laid back about her knee. Gives you a good brood cow look, a nice place to start. Now, I like the added power and mass that we've got in this Red Blaze female. Tremendous in terms of her rib shape. She's got plenty of stoutness to her. Along with that, though, she also maybe can get just a little coarser about some of her joints. She gets a little rounder in her shoulder, but I think that this one can certainly contribute, and there's lots of bulls within this breed that can help protect her. The next heifer in the lineup, just a little squarer in terms of her build over the heifer in fourth. She's really stout pinned. She's square when you view her from behind off of her rear leg, and has some additional width of base to her. The heifer that we have in fourth, long-bodied, skeletally extended, and I sure appreciate that about her. Maybe just the heifer that gets a little tighter in her heart, needs a bit more utility to her.
Ring. We're going to bring those first and seconds in to select Champion Reserve Senior Heifer Calves. Out of Class 67, first place was exhibited by Anna Lawrence Allen of Versailles, Kentucky, with WHF Delilah 456M. Second place in that class exhibited by Trip Berna of Stroud, Oklahoma. We then brought in Class 68, first place exhibited by Mabry Wharton of Lincoln, Arkansas, with FLAR Becky 4626M. Second in that class will go to McCoy Landwehr of Enid, Oklahoma.
Really a nice senior division here of cattle that everything matches, right? They're good-footed. They got plenty of utility. They're clean and flat about their skeletal joints. I think when you look out here and you look at the paper, the heifer that wins the first class certainly has a decided advantage in API and within that growth column. And she sure doesn't disappoint when you view her from the side. A heifer that has a maternal look to her. You get behind her, she's got some boldness to her upper skeleton, and pretty stout back through her pin. There's no doubt, though, if I was just going to say which one's stouter, which one's got more muscle and shape, it's the heifer from the second class. I would say that she's really opened up and still is not offensive when you view her through her front 1/3. For as much power as you've got, I think that she's really neat, and I like the way that she's laid back in terms of her knee. Genetically and on those columns, she's probably just a bit more inferior, but two really, really nice heifers, and I'm going to keep these two together. Champion's going to come from the first class. Your reserve will be the class winner from Class 2.
Senior heifer calf exhibited by Anna Lawrence Allen with WHF Delilah 456M, and reserve champion coming out of Class 68, that was Mabry Wharton of Lincoln, Arkansas, with FLAR Becky 426M. We'll now welcome in Class 69. These are purebred Simmental heifers born June to July of 2024.
out here, and we're going to leave them stand just as they came in. And boy, the heifer at the top end of this class in terms of just adding power and stoutness of feature. This one's really pretty nice. For as much shape as she has, it is still very cowy in the way that she's assembled up through her front 1/3. The heifer here that we've got in second, another one that's really pretty good bodied. It gives you a little more of a balanced look. Heifer that sets her neck onto her shoulder quite well. Not sounder as well when we get them into motion. And then the heifer that we've got in third, the socked heifer, is one that's tremendously long-bodied. She's straight and strong-topped, and she's level out over her rump. A heifer that's maybe not quite as confident in her step up front.
Class 69, first place went to Sofia Garza of Edinburgh, Texas with FLKN LRCC Victoria 026M. Second place will go to Annabelle Henderson. Third place exhibited by Lane Dunn. Now in the ring is Class 70 before the division. Back over in the Brayford ring, results out of Class 25. First and second, both exhibited by Sendero, Brayford, and Brengus. We're going to bring the first and seconds in, select a champion reserve bull calf.
Over here in the Simmental arena, boy, we've got some brood cows over here, sound structured, and probably as nice a set within our growth columns as any. The heifer that we've got at the top end, though, is certainly not only the best in terms of the profile of genetic traits that's on paper. She's the sound structured, big-footed, big-bodied heifer that just really gives you a good cow look. So does the heifer here in second. Maybe a notch more moderate, a touch rounder in terms of her shoulder, not quite as confident, but she's still sound in her step behind a good, easy fleshing heifer here in second. Big outlined cattle in 3 and 4, and as I study in the heifer, that's just a little fresher up through her front 1/3, a little more recessed about her brisket. She's trimmer about her neck, and more appropriate in her body condition score is the female that I've got in 3rd. Heifer in 4th, easy fleshing, maybe just a little bit too far in where she's at from a body composition standpoint. Heifer that gets just a little bit more open through her front 1/3, but boy, from her elbow back, you sure have to appreciate her. Then the baldy heifer is one that's got a tremendous amount of length of body, a big old foot in her, and yet she's still clean and flat about her hock joint, maybe just rolls her top up a bit when we ask her to go. And then the heifer that rounds off the class, one that maybe not as highly presented, but boy, she's a strong top level-hipped heifer here for the young lady.
I'll ring. First place go to Brett Pembroke, Fairview, Oklahoma, with BCR Time to Shine M123. Second place in that class exhibited by Laura Franklin of Brownsville, Alabama, with Miss 3 Aces TL Stella 504M. Third place exhibited by Riley Schaefer of Stroud, Oklahoma. Fourth place will go to Cash Rimple of Decatur, Indiana. Fifth place went to Jess Poole of Henderson, Texas. And sixth to Katie Williamson.
Really stout intermediates here, and the two that we've got out, just their added power and yet still have the maternal shape to their rib that they've got is so impressive. They're both good-footed cattle that you have to appreciate the balance that they have when you view them from the side. There is a little bit of difference in terms of what's on the paper and what kind of genetic indicators they've got, and that goes to the heifer that's maybe just a touch slimmer about her neck, maybe a little more feminine in terms of her overall outlook. It's the heifer from the second class. She'll be your division champion.
Well, congratulations, your champion intermediate heifer exhibited by Brett Pembroke with BCR Time to Shine M123.
outstanding set of females here, and boy, the heifer at the top end of the class just puts so many things together. You start nitpicking a little bit here when we've got the quality of cattle that we do, and boy, this heifer is just so sound structured and so balanced and fresh when you get them at this age and how close they are in terms of coming to calving. You sure appreciate the presentation of this female. She is the soundest structured, and yet her teat placement is good on the bottom side. A nice high quality female to win. Now the heifer in second and third, to me it gets a little closer, and I'm more of a structure guy, even though I recognize the difference in udder and teat within them, and boy, I sure like to change the teat structure just a notch on this heifer, but she's sounder structured. She's more collected when you view her on the move in terms of her top line. She's more relaxed about her shoulder and laid back in her knee. The heifer here in third, another stout-made female, maybe not quite as extended up through that front end, gets just a little bit more upright about her shoulder. I love her body. I love her teat placement, really good in her hip and the hind leg that she drops down. The next heifer in the lineup is another one that just gives you a good cowy look, but just a notch coarser made. She's a little coarser about her hock and a notch rounder in terms of her shoulder, but boy, I wouldn't be ashamed to have that one at home either. A good, big-bodied, high-performing heifer. Young lady's got one that maybe gets a little tighter up through her heart, maybe doesn't balance up quite as nice as she's starting to protrude just a bit in terms of her chest, but she does have a long, slender neck on her. She's just a little shorter structured all the way through, but she's better in terms of her skeletal structure over the next heifer within the lineup. The next heifer in the lineup is probably longer bodied, and I appreciate that about this female. A heifer that's really pretty good in terms of the boldness through her center rib, much flatter through the upper rib. Then we've got a heifer here that's really, I like the presentation in terms of the udder on this female. The young man's doing a good job with a long-hipped heifer that maybe just gets a little plainer up front. And then we've got a heifer to round off the class that is really long-bodied, but maybe just gets a little more off balance, a little deeper through her chest in relation to her flank.
Well, congratulations in Class 71. First place go to Chloe Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma, with JMSC Revlon 408M. Second place and congratulations goes to Cash Lehrman with BCR Time to Shine 124M. Third place will go to WHF Andy 411M, exhibited by Ashlyn Pop. Fourth place was exhibited by Lily Logan. Fifth place go to Callie Brashears. Sixth place, exhibited by Shelby Spradlin. Seventh place went to Nolan Stevenson, and eighth place to Eva Bayer. Now in the ring, this Class 72. These are purebred Simmental heifers, born March of 2024.
late, but boy, these last few classes have got quality after quality in them. And for me, I'll just, most of you that do know me, I'm up front and tell you exactly what I think. And this heifer here, she hit me pretty hard when she came into class, and she's a sound structured heifer, and she's right in terms of her body condition, tremendous in terms of the shape and power, and still maternal. I like the cow look that she gives me, and quite honestly, that was an easy place to start. Where I struggled was maybe trying to figure out what to do with the next three, because they're so good and different things that you want to change. The heifer here in second, maybe not quite as confident in her step when she goes behind, maybe hits with a little bit more impact, but certainly a heifer that you like in terms of her rib shape, one that's really fresh up through her front end, big old bodied heifer that just seems to be really, really comfortable. The heifer here in third is one that you also have to appreciate. In 3 and 4, probably labor just a little bit more once we get them into motion. But boy, you got to appreciate the teat structure, the body shape on both of these heifers. The heifer that's in third maybe just a little bit better and neater up through her front 1/3 than the heifer in fourth. The heifer in 5 here is maybe a little more moderate, a little more practically sized for more different environments, and yet she's still pretty fresh in terms of her makeup. She gets a little frailer, however, in terms of her bone work and at the surface, and a notch plainer when you view her from the side. The young lady here with the white vest on has got one that's really pretty strong top. She gets a little shorter hip for me when I back off of them, and maybe it's because she's so long-bodied that her hip looks just a little shorter, maybe not quite as good and soft through her center body as those that stood above her. The next heifer in the lineup, the white flank female, maybe gets just a little bit rounder, a little coarser in terms of some of her bone work, and a notch more off balance. And then the heifer that rounds off the class. Here's one that she too has got some straightness to her lines on the top side of her skeleton, just maybe needs be a little bit softer, a little more maternal in terms of her rib shape.
In Class 72, first place will go to Carly Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma, with J-Sol Rosie 4288M. Second place went to Kinsley Pike of Fairview, Oklahoma, with J-Sol Sweet Honey 4362M. Third place exhibited by Glennis McKirk of Kingman, Indiana. Fourth place will go to Addison Bartlow. Fifth place went to Huck Hansa. Sixth to Daisy Dixon. Seventh place exhibited by Rush Herzog, and eighth place to Kyle Williamson. We're now going to welcome in Class 73. This will be our final class of purebred Simmental heifers, born January to February of 2024.
when you've got these shows, the first class and the final class, maybe a little bit disappointing, but boy, this one sure does not. This black heifer that wins the class to me is a sound structured, powerfully constructed female that really, really good and wide through her center body. She's stout pinned and drops down a really nice hind leg. A notch bigger in terms of her frame size, but that doesn't take away from her utility. She's so good in the way that she's opened up in her rib cage. The red heifer balances up really nice. She's strong topped and level hipped. Gives you a good profile look, maybe just not quite as powerful as our class winner. Now the heifer that's right behind the red one, this blaze face heifer that this young lady's doing an outstanding job. When we had them parked and stacked over there, I thought she was going to be standing on her tiptoes to make sure that the head was right where it needs to be. She does an awesome job at getting this female presented. She's maybe not quite as coordinated off of her hind leg as the previous two. Then we come down into a heifer here that gets maybe just a little bit plainer, not as massive in terms of her body, but she's still sound structured. She's really good footed. She's got some depth to heel. She's very appropriate in her length of toe. And then we've got the cow-calf pair that rounds it off. And you know what? First calf heifer doing a really nice job, got a nice udder underneath, and a female that has some stoutness of feature to her. She's got some foot, got some bone, really relaxed up through her shoulder and the way that that's assembled, doing a nice job with the baby at side.
That was our last class here in your Junior Simmental show this afternoon. Results out of Class 73. First place exhibited by Cal Robinson, Cushing, Oklahoma with HOEL Tina 404M. Second place in that class will go to Holden Hawkins of Bogota, Texas. Third place goes to Emma Chamberlain of Colt Camp, Missouri. Fourth place exhibited by Charlie Mock. And fifth place went to Hannah Sheffield. We're now going to welcome in all those first and seconds. We'll select a champion reserve here in your final division of our Junior Simmental show here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
for this division, and I applaud the exhibitors for bringing out such an awesome set of cattle throughout the entire day. And I know that it is going to get long, and this is the last division, so I'm not going to make a lot of speeches. But all day that I've been trying to find cattle that are sound structured, they're shaped right in terms of their rib, they're fresh in terms of their outlook, and boy, these guys have done a nice job with cattle that are fixing to calve and holding them together. There's one to me though that did hit me pretty hard, and really gonna appreciate her even more when you get up on top of her and the way that she's constructed. The heifer that's circling is gonna win the division.
Champion junior heifer comes out of class 72. That was Carly Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma, with J. Saul Rosie, 4288M. And congratulations, reserve in that division. Coming out of class 71, that's Chloe Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma, with JMSC Revlon 408M. We'll get the arena cleared. We'll get started with your grand drive here for our purebred Simmental female show here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Those division champion and reserves. Let's put our hands together for all the junior Simmental exhibitors here in Oklahoma City today. We'd also like to say a special thank you to our judge today, Mr. Matt Clays of Fowler, Indiana.
And it's been a long day, and my appreciation goes to you exhibitors for being out and hanging in there. We went through a lot of cattle here this morning and this afternoon, and you've done an outstanding job at putting these cattle together. Boy, presentation is just second to none. And if you look at this lineup, both of the first row and the second row, I don't know how you cannot be excited about Simmental cattle, the quality, the form, the function of the cattle that are been brought out here. And if you would, please put your hands together. Congratulations to all those Simmental exhibitors for such an outstanding set. I know that it is late, so we're not going to get into a lot of but this is the junior program, and young people, I think that there's some things that you need to do, and you need to not only thank, like I'm going to thank the Simmental Association, the Cattlemen's Congress for holding such an event. What an awesome building, and think about this, guys. They built this in under a year. They can get things done in Oklahoma. I can tell you back in Indiana, we probably wouldn't even have the dirt work done. And it's a tremendous thing. Going back to Gerald and continuing, the Cattlemen's Congress has been just an outstanding venue here. I do thank young people. You need to realize you didn't get here by yourself. And make sure that you understand what your network is, and make sure you go back and you thank everybody that is part of your team, and how much you appreciate it. Because right now in America, we can't agree on anything. Right? And you've got to keep your circle tight and make sure that you respect and honor those that are trying to help you. I appreciate the opportunity to sort through the cattle. We do have a little bit of difference in terms of where the numbers are, but this is an outstanding set. Once again, put your hands together for these juniors.
Congratulations, Grand Champion Purebred Simmental here at the Cattlemen's Congress, exhibited by Carly Clark, Muldrow, Oklahoma. That's J. Saul Rosie, 4288M. And congratulations, Reserve Grand Champion coming out of the same division, exhibited by Chloe Clark of Muldrow, Oklahoma. That's JMSC Revlon 408M. Again, congratulations to all of our junior Simmental exhibitors here today at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'll see you tomorrow morning here in the OG&E Coliseum.
Thank you for joining us for Cattlemen's Congress. This has been a Walton Webcasting production. Livestock like you've never seen before.